Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas. Okay, just a minute, guys. I've got an echo going. Just give me one moment. All right, I think I know what the issue is. I'm going to have to get out of the room and come back in myself. Okay, does that work? I think that worked. Okay, guys, sorry about that. I think I had two versions of the room open at the same time. All right, well, let's do this again. Welcome. This is the to the pre-market for Monday, October the 23rd. My name is Barry Anderson from Trade Ideas. So a couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me and see my screen. That'll help. All right, guys, there. I'm sorry about that. I just got my screen sharing going again. So hopefully you can hear me and see my screen. I think people in YouTube are okay. Thank you, Lee. All right, let's start this again. So first of all, we're in for still a pretty weak open after Monday or after Friday. Last week, not good for the SPY. We'll have to see if that 420 level can be defended a little bit today, but doesn't look good. Anyway, what is happening? So we've got a couple of small ones, INVO hopping up here, 2.4 million in the float. They're going to be acquiring Naya Biosciences in a all stock deal. So that's the news for INVO. RVMD. Yeah, real was trying to find. I mean, I saw that news, but man, oh man. Finally, okay. This is what I see also. So, presented the clinical activity and safety data from its phase 1/phase 1B trial. So that is the reason for this, even though they've got a bunch of upgrades. And that's the RVMD. FMC is not an earnings play, but it may as well be. They've basically given their revenue outlook, and it does not look good at all. I just looked at some of the numbers that they're telling. It doesn't have they don't have earnings until the end of the month, October 30th. So that would be next Monday. But basically what they're doing is they're pre-releasing now. So FMC is just getting really hammered down here. 17% down, FMC. ROIV. Sure, I saw any news on this one. ROIV. I see. Okay, they sold their 75% stake in Telavant to Roche. And they're going to, wow, okay. There's a big float, 533 million in the float. So Roivant, I sort of remember all this. That's right. This is from weeks and weeks ago. Not this sell off, but I do recall ROIV, and Roche. Anyway, that's a lot of money. 7.1 billion. Roivant owns 75% of it. OKTA. OKTA. Stepping down. This is basically just a continuation on Friday, big gap down on Friday, like a lot of stocks. Okay, a lot of stocks probably look like this on Friday. Maybe this is a little more dramatic, but anyway, OKTA. gapping down further. LICY, LICY, just getting clobbered here. LICY down 26%. Um, oh man, I did see the news on it, but it's disappeared from my IB headlines now. Maybe it's here. Something about their Rochester, yeah, their a plant or some factory they're building in Rochester. There's a delay or something. And this is a review of the Rochester hub pausing construction. Okay, so that's the news for LICY. Meanwhile, FMC continues to move down. FMC continues to move down, basically pre-releasing. ESMT. Sorry about that. I didn't realize this was a buyout. So just to equity partners to buy EngageSmart for $4 billion. This is basically a buyout. Okay. FMC continues down here. So the revenue adjusted from 4.4 from, well, it doesn't really matter. All I know is that whatever numbers they were putting out for their outlook, it does not look good. So FMC moving down on that. The real was talking about RNG, Ring Central. Yeah, the volume's a little light. I'm sure it'll pick up once it's a lot of downgrades, but a lot of these downgrades are already at prices, like downgrading to 35, we're already at 26. Yeah, Bitcoin, I should have mentioned Bitcoin, BITO and ETF. Well, look at that. Up 3.6%. FMC continues down. Almost took this in the pre-market, but didn't. So there you go. After the company cut the Q3, Q4, and FY23 guidance below, way X quite a bit below the estimates. I've seen too many earnings plays, guys. In fact, I don't see. I know they're going to be. I know there are earnings plays. Okay, don't be wrong, but none that are passing my filters. I'm looking at my earnings date column, so I don't see anything. Of course, it's a big week for earnings. We got about 500 companies releasing earnings, so things will definitely pick up after hours today, and then of course for the balance of the week. FMC continues. Man, I wish I'd taken that one, but all right. Let me take a look at some of the upgrades and downgrades this morning. See if there's anything interesting. Oh, I see your Arvin, yeah, the Whitebush upgrade. Upgrade to 24. So let's take a look what it is right now. ARVN. Yeah, okay, that's a big upgrade. I think they had a new original upgrade of 27. They've reduced it to 24, but still that's quite a bit above 16. There's no volume yet. And Stifle with a $46 price target. Wedbush cut their price target to 24 from 27, but still above that 16. Well, in a different market, that might be interesting to watch, but I don't know. I think this market is going to be pretty reluctant to the buy side today. FMC continues down, guys. Oh, I just have a few more of these upgrades. All right, there are some of the upgrade. Sorry, guys, I accidentally did not have my caps on for the symbol. So, all right, let's take a look at some of these downgrades. Interesting. There are fewer downgrades than there are upgrades this morning. Look at this Matterport. Oh man, remember when this was a high flyer? It's Meta came out with a metaverse and all of that. $2. $2 now. Remember this? Yeah, $37. I remember this month or this run up. All right, guys. Well, let's take a look at the sectors. Okay, clicking on new, then dock channel bar, and then clicking on the show more and sector status. Even oil or even energy. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. So there's XLE, the major ETF for energy, 100% in red. That means that 100% of the stocks that make up XLE are down from Friday's close. And when you do a quick look at all the other major sectors, of course, there's nothing that's over 50%. So let's take a look, guys. This is not going to be pretty. Let's take a look at energy now. We're going to take a look at all these sectors now with respect to their 200-day moving averages. I believe we're only going to see three of the major sectors above. Energy is one of them. There's the blue line right there on the daily chart. That is the 200-day moving average. Retail drifting away. There's the 200-day moving average. Consumer staples, XLP. Not just drifting away, way below. Healthcare, XLV. Below. Industrials, XLI. I mean, a couple of months ago, I think 6 of the 9 major sectors were all above. I mean, we've, different times now. XLI industrials used to be, way above, drifting, not just drifting, but really fading from that 200-day moving average, moving down hard from it. Financials had a glimmer of hope last week, hit that 200-day moving average, but financials moving away. Yeah, let's see, consumer discretionary, XLY, that used to be way above it. Used to be way above it, way up here. It's not that long ago, guys. We're only talking, August, middle of August, a couple of months ago. But now it broke down through on Thursday, continued down on Friday. Utilities, XLU, way below the 200-day moving average. Materials, XLB, below. Now, communications, communications and tech will still be above, but I'm sure they're starting to approach, they're obviously starting to approach. Yeah, look at that rising 200-day moving average. Communication is still above, but that rising 200-day moving average. And then there's technology. So there are only going to be three, and it's getting closer. Another rising 200-day moving average. So there are only three of the major sectors above the 200-day moving average: energy, communications, and tech. Yeah, I saw in the pre-market. I guess there's some bad data, or not bad data, but data, whatever they presented is not being no strong, no positive reaction. Yeah, TGH is a buyout, and another one that was a merger. NM was a merger, but I guess watching Bitcoin today, BITO up 3.8%. That's a big move. You can see it got through the 200-day moving average on Friday, right there, and now it's moving away from it. And Sedge take out Friday's lows. Let's take a look at SCBG. Well, it's got a ways to go, doesn't it? $10. You don't have to drop it with $10 for it to get down to Friday's low. By the way, guys, there is no trade of the week this week. Steve just said, you know what? Cash. That's about I think 2 weeks ago it was also cash. And I don't mean the stock. There is a simple cash, but I'm not talking cash. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys. You mean like a defense stock ETF? I'm not sure. Anybody, Jamie in our YouTube room asking about, is there a defense stock ETF? What happens if you Google that? What ITA? ITA. I'm just doing a Google search. Never heard of it before, but Aerospace and Defense ETF doesn't trade very much though, and it's on the back on bat. So that is one XAR. I'm just doing a Google search here. XAR. See if there's any volume in that one. Aerospace and Defense ETF. Yeah, no volume. I don't know. Maybe there's one that has more volume, but I can't see it, Jamie. All right, guys. Let's see. INVO is still pretty strong, holding the pre-market highs. I just don't have a great sense for these cheap ones though doing anything today. Market starting to move down again, and a little bit of a rally from 418 to 420, but starting to move down again. This is a buyout, guys. CGH. Your clue is that it's flatlining in the pre-market. All right, guys. Not seeing anything else kind of sneaking in here on the high side or the low side. I'm at RNG. See if the volume is starting to pick up a little bit, not much though, but a little bit. Certainly a breakdown on the on the monthly chart. I'm going to get back to my weekly chart. Next low looking left is around 25.87. So, boy, FMC continues down, guys. Really getting like just smacked here. FMC is just getting smacked here. It dropped 65 down to 52. All right, guys. Again, all I'm doing right now is just kind of seeing if there's anything sneaking in that might be interesting. UTZ looks like a nice long no. Let's take a look at it. Talking to someone in our YouTube room. Well, there's no volume yet. Let's see. Stevens upgraded it to a target of 16. Okay, so there is that. However, I guess they had a higher target. So okay, they've upgraded 16, but down from 18, if that makes sense. I mean, maybe, but I just be reluctant to go long anything right now. You definitely have some. Looks like you have a lot of resistance around 1280. At 1222, that's not bad. You have another high of 1240 looking left on the daily chart for UTZ. So, I mean, I wouldn't be going long anything right now until like some of these things don't need market help. I get it, but I think people are just reluctant right now to go long anything. Boy, FMC just problem is it's going to be hard to get it probably. Uptick rule definitely in effect, and it's already gapped down so much. Let's take a look on the monthly chart. It's on an all-time low, but I can't find any. It looks like back in 3 years ago, over 3 years ago, 3.5 years ago, approaching those lows, 3.5 years ago for FMC. Hmm. LICY is shortable for me. This is an all-time low now. LICY all-time low. Hmm. AMC trying to have a little pop here. AMC defending 9 fairly well. All right, guys, give me one more moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys. Yeah, I'm just not seeing, other than the FMC, who knows, maybe at some point it'll have a bounce, but uh, yeah, thank you. Yes, JMac. 1 minute, less than a minute to the open. Well, let's have a great start to this trading week, everybody. See what this week. We got a lot of big names this week releasing earnings, so we'll have to see what happens with those guys. See if that can help the market at all. I'll get rid of this and just wait for the open. I will typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down a little bit. All right, guys, we're now open. So these are a couple of shorts that I held over. This is in their simulator. All right, somebody talked about HARP, I think. Didn't see this really in the pre-market. Didn't really, I don't know why. Maybe oh, I know why. It had drifted down here. It was barely up 3%. Okay, Info's having a little pop here, guys. Continuation. The next, you've got probably some resistance, or could have some resistance around the 170 mark. Certainly between 167 and 2, there looks like fair amount of resistance. Now, okay, Invo halted on the way up. Question, I'm surprised you abstained from the first 15 minutes. Are there no reliable predictions to be made? Look at AUM by the way, AUMN. This is still strong. Just over the course of time, Raven, I used to try to trade in the first 15 minutes. Yeah, I mean, you get stocks that, start to run. And if you pick the right one, sure. I just found too many times, though, stocks in the first 15 minutes will move up and down, up and down. So I decided a long time ago just to take it easy. Is it a hard and fast rule? No, but rarely do I take a trade in the first 15. Roku. Okay, I thought it was up a lot more. Roku, not up a lot more. AUMN. We had this day a couple of days ago. Yeah, this was on Thursday. It looked like that could have been over, but this has just been strong. But look how whippy it is in the first 15 minutes. And again, that's just me, Raven. I mean, there are people here who I'm sure if they're doing well, trading in the first 15 minutes, great. Kind of like this. I mean, look at the RVMD. I mean, the RVMD, you had an alert at 9:30, right when the market opened at 1850 to short it. A suggestion to short it, 1657 right now. Yeah, I mean, but again, I've just seen too many times where that could and then it could have popped up and then down. I just like to wait that first 15 out. I'll miss these ones like this, but I could not predict this was going to happen. So here's another one, guys, on the 10-day daily breakdown, CFLT, and the next low looking left is around 27. So it's got a little bit of room to that 27. If it could ever take out 27, then the next, wow. If it could take out 27, then the next low on the weekly chart is around 22 and a half. It's through the 200-day moving average today, CFLT. UBS cuts target price to 32 from 39. I mean, it's already below that now. So there's your bounce for FMC. All right, guys. Well, the market's putting in as we speak. What time is it now? 9:35. So first bar of the day, red to begin anyway. Okay, RNG, I think is coming into a potential area that it could stall. 25.79. Looks like 25.79 is the next low looking left. Volume is now picked up. Well, you can have risk cards if you want, Moo. If you're a subscriber, just you can launch races if you want. INVO guys, so this just opened. Well, this is so pretty strong. I mean, if you look at the weekly chart, the next high is 680. It's a little actually I'm wrong. I'm sorry. 230. 230 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart for INVO. So yeah, what did you mean by the in the table above, Moose? What table are you referring to? Look at Ivy and oh man, I might be this is 220. What did I say? 220? 230 is the next high looking left. All right, Argentinian stocks. You know, they had their election yesterday. It's quite the it's quite the situation there. Anyway, there's going to be a runoff between the top two guys, I guess. So this is an Argentinian stock, YPF. Oh, look at this one, LPG. LPG. The next low looking left on the daily is 29.23. This is a big, giant red bar to start for LPG. If you have my single stock window, Raven, you see there's a country flag here. And, you know, you just get to know them after a while. So there's YPF, and that's the flag of Argentina right there. Okay. Well, I was wrong. Definitely INVO. I'm surprised that it did this. Now, our AI has a couple of alerts already, but they're both buyouts, so I'd be wary of that. RNG continues down here, challenging that 26 now. Keep an eye on the CLS guy. CLS is underneath 25, pretty psychological number. CLS underneath 20. Wow, it's really starting to move down now. Next low looking left is 24.52. After that, 23.73. Giant red bar to start, guys, on the SPY. Giant red bar. Now look at coin, a lot of talk about the ETF for Bitcoin itself, but coin dropping. How's BITO doing? I mean, look at AMC. You talk about something that's whippy. I mean, AMC had that little big giant green bar, looked pretty good, up to 950, right back down to 9. This is in the first. Now that was at 915. All right, guys. OKTA after the big down day on Friday through the 200-day moving average on Friday. Continuation down. But again, look at the big topping tail. Look at the big bottoming tail. Well, relentless so far, guys. Relentless selling. All right, guys. There's the RNG now at 26. Next low is 25.31. Is that right? 25.87. 25.87 is the next low looking left. So We'll see if that holds it. INVO opened and a little bit lower. Oh, wow. Now it's way lower. So here's your halt, guys. INVO at 190. This could be this is the potential where it's going to open when it resumes. So if it's a 5-minute halt, it'll be at about a little after 9:50. I don't see the halt here, but it's probably about 30 seconds after that, after it resumed. So hopefully nobody chased that one. So DX is actually an earnings play. DX is an earnings play, guys, and it's underneath 10. Oh, does this have some room? IMGN. Let's take a look left on IMGN. 1292 is the next low. If it can take out 1292, 1270, boy, if it can take out those levels, so look at this underneath here, $5. IMGN. MetLife. MetLife moving down. Next low looking left around 57.85, so about $1 to the next low looking left for MetLife, MET, based on the weekly chart anyway. All right, well, we're 15 in. IMGN, guys, boy, what a disaster in the making potentially. Look at this. Yeah, then look at the pot. See, I mean, this is, classic. I mean, here's your first 15-minute candle, YPF. Look pretty good to short. And then look at the pop here. So I mean, yeah, but it's moving with the market. Not that it should be. I mean, the Argentinian elections are, this should be trading more or less on its own, but it looks like it's actually moving with the market. You know what, guys? Duolingo has got my interest. Duolingo, DUOL. Above yesterday, yeah, above Friday's high now of 153.83. Not a great spread, unfortunately. 153.52, 154.90. In fact, a terrible spread, about $1.50. But what's the volume? Oh, the volume is putrid. Sorry, I thought maybe the volume was up. Again, this got hammered down because of the Google news on Thursday. Okay, Kai. So INVO actually opened, and not a disaster, not yet anyway. Let's see if it takes out two again. If it takes out two again, it could continue to run. You can see exactly almost where it got to. You got up to 213, and the next high on the daily chart and the weekly is 230. So if it can take that out somehow, then the next high is 665. So let's stick a price alert right around that area just in case it does something crazy later. That's for the INVO. See, look at this, guys. I mean, CFLT looked pretty good on the short, but then all of a sudden, big green bar. Beholden to the market. I mean, that's the problem sometimes. You get into these things that aren't trading completely on their own. They're more going to do what the market's doing. So you're always have to pay attention to what the overall market's doing. Okay, so MET is not bouncing with the market, guys. MET is not bouncing with the market. So this is trading, contrary to the market right now. Look at that giant green bar. Will it hold? Will it hold? Another 7 minutes, a little less than 7 minutes for this to close. Halted again. Yes, it just got halted again. INVO. Bitcoin play, BTBT, BTBT. Well, guys, it'll be very interesting to see. Hopefully, this green candle holds. There's not a big sell-off. Don't get a big topping tail. The buyers are still resolute, but the next candle will tell a bit of more of the story. Of course, we'll just wipe this out. But we still have another over 5 minutes for this one to close. So anything can happen. All right, RVMD guys. Let's see. Low down here at 1653. Trying to recover a little bit. PHG is an earnings play. Let's see. PHG is an earnings play. 1873 is the next high looking left on the daily. After that, got some room. Well, a little bit of room. 1918, not a ton of room. When I say that, I'm talking always looking left to see where could a stock keep going until it hits the next high on either the daily chart. If I can't see it on the daily, I check out the weekly. Giant green bar, guys. Shady's been talking about Ion Q. Oh gosh. Well, trading with the market, obviously. It's exactly like the market, doesn't it? Big red bar, big green bar, big green bar. We're trading exactly like the market. So if you're in this one or a lot of stocks, just keep an eye on what the overall market is doing. Boy, this Duolingo. I mean, I wish that spread had been better. Still not good. I just think this was probably a huge overreaction to the Google News on Thursday. Look at this market now, guys. What do we have? Another little over 2 minutes for this to close. What we don't want is a big, giant topping tail. Good recovery, definitely a good recovery for INVO. Didn't look that good when it got down to here, 160 odd. So it's halted at 198. Potential open is over 205. If it gets over 220, this could have a huge run still. This is not a recommendation. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but you can just sort of look left. I think the market is starved. Traders are starved for something that might move. I mean, it's already up 266%. So, but and it just opened. It just opened. 220, such a key level, guys, for this INVO. To be exact, 230. I'm sorry, 230 is a huge level. Again, 230, big level for it to break. Big level, 230. Next high looking left is 230 on the weekly chart. And it's halted. Yeah, no shorts for me either at Interactive Broker. So let's see if this opens over 230. Right now, we have a projected, well, it's hard to know. 222 is the halt price for INVO. There is the potential open. So we had a green bar, guys. We had a green bar opening, well, the second candle, and it closed at the high, basically at the high. Now, the key thing will be, can this not be a giant red bar wiping it all out? And I'm looking at my SPY chart. Boy, this Duolingo. I mean, there's the next high. It's almost 170. almost almost 170 is the next high looking left for Duolingo. Duol. Okay, now looks like it could be a weak open. Hard to, I mean, again, these numbers, of course, fluctuate. What you're seeing here, this is the potential open when it does open. I'm talking about the INVO. So there's your halt price at 222 in red. And this is from Interactive Brokers, by the way, nothing to do with Trade Ideas. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. But if it takes out 230, this could really, really keep going. How about this or a bit of a reversal, guys? Oh, I remember this one. Yeah. It can do these crazy things. Look what it did. Got right into the 200-day moving average 4 days ago, 3 days ago, and today, right into the 200-day moving average. It had that big pop in the pre-market, way up to 14, $5 now. Okay. XLE. Yeah, you know me though, PJ. Probably will not swing short anything like this. Probably anything, but I hear what you're saying. Okay, guys, there we go. Look at that, 225, right back up to 225. So, if this pops through 230, you could still have a run in it, INVO. That's all I'm looking at right now. There we go, guys. So we're open. The bid over 230. Come on. Not holding the 230. 216 right now. It looks like it's going to get halted. Yeah, this looks like it's going to get halted on the way down, unfortunately. Yeah, they're halted on the way down, guys. Okay, guys, I'm looking at, okay, here's now this ROIV just showed up on the 10-day daily breakdown through the 200-day moving average. Um, Looks like you're about $1 to the next low on the weekly chart. Yeah, looks like $1. 841 is the next low on the weekly chart. So a little over $1. We're at 951 right now through the 200-day moving average. Yeah, I looked at this NNDM. It's from the option activity scanner. Problem is, 293 is the next high, and then 319. So it's not, it doesn't have, for me anyway, it doesn't have enough room before it hits the next highs. So I won't take the trade. Okay, guys. So I have a little red bar here. The next 15-minute candle. It's a little one, nothing dramatic yet. Love to see this hold at least, and then the next one be green. Boy, look at this NARI if it ever got going. NARI. Look at the daily chart, 58.26 right now. The next high is 58.47, and then 58.87, and then 59-ish. But you can see if it can take out 59. I mean, the next high is up here at 70. Sort of remember this these 2 days here on the collapse. Well, guys, our RVMD, it's challenging another new low. Look at this, guys. Okay, we have a green bar actually. Okay, guys, not a collapse here. Not a collapse or INVO. So again, another challenge maybe of the 230 level. I mean, it had a big bottoming tail down here to 191, but definitely resilient. So it takes out that 130 again. Sorry, 130. I'm going to stick an order around 237. Takes out that 230 again. Halted again. This is going to be our, is halted again on the way up for the INVO. Meanwhile, ma'am, guys, AMAM. Look at the room underneath. I think 635 is looks like 635 looks like the next low looking left. A lot of shares available for me at Interactive Brokers, 845,000 to short for AMAM. The low in the pre-market was down here at 641, so there's some room there. Okay, guys, the AMAM. Okay, guys, okay, I have to keep watching this INVO to see where it opens. If it opens over 230 again. I tried to get the RVMD. I couldn't get it where I wanted it. It's down 40%. The uptick rule is in effect. A lot of shares available, but I could not get it where I wanted it. Well, this is just really getting hit now. Obviously, I don't know even know where the next low is. I mean, we're within 5% in the range, the lifetime range. All right, guys, I took myself out of the AMAM short for a small loss. Had a little gain in it, but I was looking for a lot more, and it popped up on me. So I'm out of the AMAM. All right, okay, excuse me. INVO open now, guys, again. Give me a big. It's halted again. It's gonna get halt. It is halted again. Well, I'm in it, guys, and okay. I was trying to get out right at the 249 mark, but I could not get out, and I realized it's halted again. Well, we'll have to see what happens. I'm in at a decent price here at 230 at 231 actually. So we'll see what happens. But obviously I'm gonna have to pay a lot of attention to it on its when it starts to resume. All right, so probably got halted what around 10, 17, 20 or so. And so I just don't have the halt here. Maybe William, do you have it on INVO? So I can see where the 5 minutes going to be when it could potentially open. 10, 17, 43. Thank you. So 10, 23, 43. All right. This is the second one in the last, I don't know, 3 weeks ago that I've been in a halt on the way up. What has Lyft running? I don't know. Let's take a look at Lyft. Is it just running with the market? Yeah, it's just running with the market, Ray. I mean, I don't think Lyft is running on anything other than, look what the market's doing. There's going to be a lot of stocks, a lot of stocks that are going to look like this, three green bars. I mean, it's pretty dramatic, but I think it's just running with the market. Okay, 10:23 and 17 seconds or 43 seconds. So I just have to be. Why is the stock? Well, it's not just INVO. It gets halted. It's called a volatility halt. Okay, so very quick definition. Stock goes up too much in a short period of time, so it gets halted. It's just a computer program kicks in and halts it. Okay, that's a simplistic definition of it. Well, okay, if I had, for some reason, sometimes, the halt does not show up if it gets halted very soon after the resume. Now, so you see the INVO, there was the halt before at 10:11 plus 49 seconds. Typically, they're 5-minute halts. So that's why this opened at 10:16:49. The problem is, for some reason, it must be the server I'm on because William said in he's using this also. It halted at 10:20. Sorry, 10:17:43. So 10:17 plus 43 seconds. Okay, and so you just add 5 to it, and that's typically these volatility halts are 5 minutes long. Typically, if they're not 5, then they're usually multiples of 5. I can only hope that it's not going to be a multiple of five because the longer it's halted, then you can start drifting down to the halt price. So a 15-minute range breakout. Are you talking about an opening range or just general coffee? And bonjour, yes. Are you talking about an opening 15, a general? I don't think you can't do a 50. Well, okay. Before I say that, this thing to do, just type in 15 and see what we've got. You can see stocks that are there. Well, there's a 15-minute high. Okay, there you can try that. A 15-minute high. Okay, as an alert, right there, 15-minute high. Oh, yes. Okay, guys. Yes. Yeah, almost got caught unawares there. So I got some out. Yes, I got some out. Wow, that was a great, great sell for me around the 275 mark. I'm out most of it. Well, that's answering your question, Coffee. That 1023 snuck up on me. I have a little bit left just in case it does something really crazy. Take out three. What I'm talking about right there. Oh, I know what my problem was. I added five to. I thought it was going to open at 1023. It was opening at 20, 1022. That's why. Oh well, it worked out. Meanwhile, RVMD just continuing down here, guys. Nice alert from our AI. 250 gets me out of the last bit of my INVO. If it gets that back down to 250, I'll just get rid of it. Yes, you did, Paradox. Yeah, yeah, you did. Okay, this is uh almost got halted. I'm out of it, guys. I'm out of it now. Completely out of it. Looks like this is going to get halted at 256. A little pop up to 260, came back down. This is why I'm saying it's going to get halted because for this stock to only have a 1 cent spread and not really moving, almost impossible. So you could see it was sitting at 256, 257 for a bit. I figured it was going to get halted. I got out at 260. It just, as I thought it was going to get halted, it popped up to 260. So took my leave. Now, if it gets up over three later on, I might be interested again. Ah, shoot, look at AM now. It bounced me out. Excuse me, it bounced me out of my short earlier, right on that topping tail there. But All right, guys. Wow. So the market actually is just went positive a little bit anyway. Dow's down a little, Nas is up a little. So can this level hold? Okay, I can't forget to put my alert just over 3 now for INVO, just in case later on in the day. And why would I do that? Because look at the room on the weekly chart. It still has room, 667 or so. Give me one moment, guys. I'll be right back. Okay, guys, I'm back. No, okay. What you're seeing here in this workers' price, this is simulation. Okay, these are two that I took on Friday and held over the weekend. Okay, this is just simulation. I like to demonstrate its use as a simulator. Paper trading. Okay, guys, let's take a look at AUMN. AUMN, super strong still. 241 is the next high, and then after that, 333 for AUMN on the weekly chart. Shoot, I saw this ALX earlier, ALKX, sorry, ALKX earlier. Let's see if this has got any 58. 2543 is the next low looking left, which is basically it's right there. And then after that, 25. So I don't know, might have too much support, not that, not that far away. All right, INVO opened. Still strong. My goodness. I don't have any left. Almost at the high now of the day. Almost. Sort of like paradox. So I don't want to give back my gains. 2.44 million in the float. Look at that. Look how much volume, 43 million. I think it's just a matter of traders starve for something to do today. Because I don't think the news is, it's not unbelievable, but it looks like it's halted again. Yeah, just halted again. All right, guys, 1031. A little more exciting than I thought it would be for me personally, anyway, just because of the INVO. So I will now go over all the information you can find on my homepage, plus that promo. I didn't think it would last over the weekend until today, but it is, and I'm going to put the promo code in for 30% off. Still alive. All right, if you click on my homepage link, then you're going to see this. Now, don't use that promo code. Okay, use the over the target that I pasted in, over the target, all in caps. You'll get 30% off the first month only or the entire year. Okay, so great opportunity to try us out. And after a month or within a month, you don't like it anymore, just unsubscribe. But 30% off. Okay, first month only or the entire year. If you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. It'll run you through your download and install, your first startup and login, introduction to scans, top list windows, and alert windows. It'll take you about 30 minutes to go through those 10 short videos. If you're new to trading, we have a series of videos you can watch. Trading 101, Stock of the Day video that I do. I wonder what it's going to be on today. And it's free, of course. Trade of the week. Now, there was no trade this week. Steve said stay in cash, so there's no trade of the week this week. Education section is here. We have a great user guide. So again, if you're going to take the, in fact, I'll put the test drive link in. There's the getting started again. More detailed information about what alert windows are, top list windows. You want to learn about stock racing, price alerts. You see, I use price alerts all the time. There's a getting started again. Daily support. So I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time, Monday to Friday. By the way, this room is open. First of all, big welcome to anybody who's new to the room. This is the format, between Monday and Friday, between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern time. Live on the mic and sharing my screen, but I do take a break between 12 and 1. Look at RVMD, guys. Wow. Utter collapse here. So sorry. So I do take a break between 12 and 1. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today's Monday, so it should be Chris Farley. I will confirm that before I take my break. And I'll also put the YouTube link in the main room before I take my break, so you can head over and listen to Chris for his hour. So if you are going to take out a subscription, all I ask is that you go to my homepage, use the promo code, not this one again, use the over the target. Now, at some point in the future, that over the target will not be the promo code. So when you go to my homepage, use whatever promo code you see, and that'll get you your discount. It really helps the room, trying to keep the room free, how we do it. People, if you take out subscriptions using my promo, it really helps the room. Okay. And last, if you want my scans, so if you click on my homepage link, scroll down that middle section, here are the scans that I am sharing right now. So this is what I'm using in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and down. These show me the gappers that are, gapping up or down in the pre-market. You can see super active scan right here. The alerts resumes, sharing that. Up here is where you see my abnormal option activity. There it is, abnormal option activity. INVO just opened, guys. INVO just opened. And you'll hear me talk about my 10-day daily breakout and down. Look at these right here. So these are right here. Let me get that. They're right here. The 10-day daily breakdown. So what you see here, this is the docked version, okay, where they're all here. You can pick and choose which ones you want, though. You don't have to take them all. Some people don't want to short. I understand that. So you might That's why I didn't include like the dock version. All excuse me, all four of these windows in this dock window. You can pick and choose which ones you want. Give me a moment. And if you are new, you can ask me questions all day long. Don't think you're interrupting me or anything. You can ask me questions all day long. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going to get me back into this one, this INVO. I mean, the next high on the daily chart. I mean, it's far enough away. Four. And you see that red line that represents the next high on the daily chart. So that was like a little over $4. And then, of course, on the weekly chart, still has a lot of room, 662. Ah, look at that Duolingo. Just wish the spread had been. I would have been in this one for sure. I mean, the spread's not terrible now for a $157 stock. All right, guys, you might want to keep an eye on RVMD for a potential bounce. So this is one, it's not on my homepage. I may add it to my homepage. This is, if you want this one, you can have it. This is my bouncers toppers. Anything in blue is a potential bounce. So look at the RVMD, had the alert at 1596. The time was 10:38 and the alert was down here. So for a potential bounce, anything in orange is a potential top. So if you're into shorting, you can see all the potential bounces we had because of what the market was doing. You want that one, you just have to ask me for it. It's not on my, excuse me, it's not on my homepage. And you see, the magic word, Frank, please. Okay, here it is. What I might do, I might get the person who looks after my homepage to add that. So this could be an interesting short. This Tripcon TCLM China stock. It's coming right into the daily high, looking left, 3306. The next high after that is 3327. So there looks like there could be some resistance in this area. And of course, it depends what the market's going to do. The sellers have tried, guys. I mean, the last two 15-minute candles, you see these bottoming tails. The sellers tried to knock it down. The buyers so far are somewhat in control. The sellers did get, knocked it down from here. I'm looking at, if you can see my SPY chart, you see a big topping tail and but a bottoming tail in that previous 15-minute candle. Look at that big bottoming tail. The sellers, remember, this was a red bar down to here. And then the buyers are keeping it keeping it at that one at that 420 level. So that was a very short-lived bounce for the RVMD. Boy, this is completely contrary to the market, isn't it? This is out of Dublin. Is that Dublin? Yeah, Dublin. ALKS. Contrary to the market in that look at all the red candles down, not participating in this bounce at all for ALKS. Look at anybody take it, just I can't believe even with that spread, I was going to take just a few shares. Still has room, guys. I mean, 169. Talking about the Duolingo, DUOL. Not a ton of volume or anything, but I mean, still have some analysts, 191 a share, Piper Sandler. KeyBank, I think they had some, I can't remember what price target they put. Not in the Elks. All right, guys. So if you took my momentum scan just out of, you looked at this one, thought, well, I wonder what is it looking for actually? You have it. All you have to do is right click, so you can have it loaded. Just right click on configure, and then summary, and this will tell you exactly what the scan is looking for. So this is the screening aspect of Trade Ideas. Here it is. The stock has to be between $1 and $100. Current volume has to be at least three, meaning it has to be trading at least three times normal up to this time of day. This is time sensitive. And then here is the momentum aspect. The volume in the last minute is 1,000% of normal. 5 minutes is 400% of normal. Okay. So again, there are a lot of screening programs out there you can buy. What we're really excellent at is real-time alerts. So if all these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, that's when you'll get a real-time alert. So the last one was at 10:42. CVM met all those filter requirements, and at 115. Okay, that was the price. So since then, there has been no other stock that's met all the filter requirements and made a new high for the day. Well, this INVO looks like it's going to. Hmm. So if you like this scan, you can of course keep it the way it is. This is what I like to see, but maybe you want a different price range, as an example. So if I left click on the icon, here you'll see all the values that I'm using. So you can make a change if you wanted to change it to 10 and 100 instead of 1 and 100. From the summary, you see how it is now changed. So you can keep the scan the way it is, or you can modify it to your style of trading. But understand that these are momentum plays. Virtually everything that I've got is more or less a momentum play. I like to see stocks near the high or the low of the day. But you might look at this and go, well, I want to see stocks that are trading abnormally, because that's what, these two scans, they zero in on stocks that are trading abnormally in terms of volume and option volume. I'll get into the option activity scan in a second. But you might look at this and go, well, I'll tell you what, I don't mind INVO. I don't want to chase it though, but maybe that would be a pretty big pullback. But what if it pulled back to the VWAP at 195? Or maybe you've got a moving average that you like, and you'd like to wait and see if it pulls back to that and then take the trade. So, if you're an intraday trader, you should want to see the stocks that are trading abnormally. Doesn't necessarily mean you want to see them right at the high of the day though, or take them near there, but maybe again, put a price alert at a certain level pullback level that you like and wait and see if it happens. So this abnormal option activity scan, what it's looking for, normal option activity. So I don't trade options, but again, I'm always looking for stocks that are trading abnormally. So in this one, you can see, the volume, the big increase in volume, also the relative volume. So which is an insane number for INVO today, relative volume, 2,100%. I'm sorry, 2,100%, 2,100 times normal. Sorry, that's not a percent. And you can see 50 million shares have traded, only 2.4 million in the float. So this is traded the float not quite 25 times. Just divide the float into that volume, and that'll give you the float turnover. So it's not quite 25 times. It'll be easily 25 times today. So again, yeah, so I don't trade options, but this is just allows me to see stocks that are trading abnormally when you look at their option activity. So coupled with the relative volume and abnormal option activity, this really helps me find stocks that are trading abnormally for the day. Now, INVO, you won't see it over here. Why? It doesn't trade options. So you can look at the option volume today is zero. So this is not an optionable stock. So the filters that I have here has to be trading at least 500 contracts, okay, minimum of 500 contracts, and that has to be at least 150% of normal, 1.5 times normal. So when you look at Alex, you can see it meets both requirements, 1,300 contracts and 2.3 times normal. Normal meaning what was the average over the last 10 days, contract wise, total contract wise? So today it is 2.5 times that average that it was over the last 10 days. So FMC guys is actually having a nice little bounce here, and it could continue. The next high looking well, it's at the high of the day now, not the pre-market high, of course. 66.71 approximately is the pre-market high, 66.67 to be exact. So $10 still. So it's having a nice rally. This is not an earnings play, but it may as well be. What they did was they said what their outlook was. They don't release earnings until well next Monday, October 30th, but they've kind of preconditioned the market that they're not going to be good. So let's take a look at the 10-day daily breakdown and what has happened since. So you notice I've got this DR stands for don't repeat in both the situations here, either on the breakout or the breakdown. So look at the RVMD as an example. Okay. You had an alert at 9:30. The alert price was 18.50. What did it do from there? Well, I know, but if I click on the alert, you'll see a blue arrow. Now, this happens to also be an AI alert. That's why the arrow is pointing down. Okay, our AI. Okay, right there, 9:44. The alert price was 17.43. Okay, that was a suggestion to go short. Typically, though, the unless it's an AI alert, you'll see the arrow will always be up. So in other words, if I click on CFLT, even though it's a suggestion to short, you'll see that you can just sort of see it here, upward blue arrow. Okay, that's just telling you the candle in which the alert happened. But this really traded like the market, whereas RVMD did not because it's news on its own. Okay, RVMD, this was news on its own, didn't really care about what the rest of the market was doing. There's that Argentinian stock, which really was trading with the market also. Take a look at ROIV. But why I like to do this, why I like to don't repeat, is because I can go back and check to see, well, what happened from the alert. I have the time and I have the price, and I can just sort of see, well, what happened. Not much so far with the ROIV, but you can see the ALKS 2525, and it got down to before it pulled up 2472, not bad. And then on the upside, well, INVO, $2. Versus what did it get up to? Almost three. And then the hard not to say autumn, AUMN 230. Not a huge move. But anyway, this gives you an idea about what it's looking for, 10-day daily breakouts. And you don't get very many alerts here because one of the filters I have in both is the relative volume filter. It has to be at least 8, has to be trading at least 8 times normal. You're not going to get that many stocks like that, plus other filters in here. But that's what really prevents a lot of other stocks from showing up, which is what I want. I really don't want a lot of symbols in either one of these two, either the breakout or the breakdown. And in the abnormal option activity, these are the only ones that are showing up. Remember, this is the repeating version, but nice and manageable number of alerts. What's CVM doing here? The CVM, now see, it'll show up in the option scanner eventually but it's only traded 409 contracts a day. Remember, my minimum here has to be 500. But if I look at this daily chart, this is super ugly, super ugly. CVM, an ugly daily chart. Up, down, up, down, up, down, chopping, topping tails, bottoming tails. I cannot get interested in this one at all. Yeah, go ahead, Paradox. GRFX, you talked about that one a lot earlier, EJ. Didn't have time to put the chart up. GRFX. Big day yet, a big day on Friday. Wow, look at this AYX, guys. Look at the room underneath it's got. Look on the daily chart. We're at 32.26 right now. And when you look left on the daily chart, the next low is 30.24. So there is about $2, $2 to the next low. INVO halted on the way down now. So that could be it for the day, but I still have my alert set for just over 3 in case later on in the day the volume comes back. So I'll I better put my, reset my alert over $3 for INVO just in case later on in the day the volume comes back and it pops it right through 3 again. Yeah, the AI doesn't look at news at all, so not at all. I mean, the AI is just so it's like this. I mean, if it has filters in it, of course, the different scans have different filters in it, and so I couldn't tell you, I couldn't tell you what the filters are, but like the breakdown short, I've seen that the breakdown short. It's probably a lot like this one, the 10-day daily breakdown. But it's got nothing to do with options. No, it has nothing to do with options. I don't think he puts an I don't I'm almost sure he doesn't put an option filter in there. But, let's face it, if the stock is having a terrible day or a great day and it does trade options, typically, you'll see it. It'll probably be seeing it here anyway. But by the way, guys, it should just say the way this is color coded. So if it's in brown, this is a suggestion to short, and if it's in light blue, a suggestion to go long. Advanced features software. Hello. Hello in our YouTube room. Hello to you too. Boy, look at that. If this Duolingo, if it hovers around 160, I might take this trade on and this is just completely gut feel on this one, okay? Tremendous overreaction to the Google news on Thursday. And maybe I'm biased because I use Duolingo. Okay, maybe I'm a little bit biased and I really like it. So, aha, look at this one, guys. This is a daily reversal, FLNC. Okay, daily reversal. You're going to want the market most likely on bounces and daily reversals, at least not against you. Doesn't the market doesn't have to be ripping higher, but you don't want to see a bunch of red bars. Excuse me. So here's the FLNC. And why is this interesting? Because look left. The next high is 20. Okay. And this is from my this is the daily reversals. Okay. Only 4 today so far. 1826. I mean, it's at 1817 now, but I'd be watching this one because it's got like a ton of room to the next high. So what I'm going to do is just put an alert right around that 1826 level. And I think but again, you're going to need the market not against you. There's a double negative, but what you don't want to see is a giant red bar. It doesn't have to be, moving higher necessarily, but you just don't want to see like a giant red bar and you're trying to go long something. This is an energy stock, so let's take a look at XLE. Probably a good idea to keep an eye on XLE. You're going to take an energy stock. Let's see what XLE is doing. So it's really doing nothing. So, it may not have that much influence. All right, guys. Well, there's a little bit of a, what's the volume like for this? Not bad. 1.5 times normal. I don't think this was going to be predicted that the market would be doing this today. And we're still early. It's only 11 o'clock. I mean, it's, remember, we got nice green bars, but we're still basically flat. It's just that it had a nice comeback. Shoot, I forgot to keep watching this FMC. So the FMC is having a nice bounce here, guys. Give me a moment, guys. I'll be just doing some clothing adjustments. Ooh, this looks like maybe really the end of INVO for today. I mean, especially if it takes out two. Halted on the way down again, INVO. So INVO has been the halts resume star of the day. Aha, here's another one that's trying to have a daily reversal, guys. SPWR, one of those really beaten up solar stocks. This was an all-time low down here. Next high looking left is 584, so it's got some room. And the market could help it, I suppose. So you want to put a conditional buy order? Frank, for the BHVN, right? Okay. The answer is yes, you can do that, but let me, what was your price again? I'm Pepe is going to get mad at me. Um, 28. Okay, let me get it on here. I'm trying to do it without doing this with this buy. I mean, you can do it using this buy, but it puts, to me, it just puts too many restrictions. So Or chairs. Ah, it's all in here. Oh, man. Thank you. Okay. Stop, not stop limit, okay? Well, he's you see, look, Chris, he's saying, stop, not stop limit. And then the price in here, see, to me, it is not intuitive enough. Okay. So I should now be able to put what, 2811 in here or 2810. Oops. Used to be way better. By the way, hi, Chris. Okay. So if I click the buy button now, what's going to happen? Let's do it. Yeah, you see? Yeah, you see, it's not intuitive. It's not intuitive enough at all, in my opinion. So let's do it again. Well, okay, but I will use stop limit. Okay, but now what? Put the price in here, left to right, left to right. Doesn't make sense to put buy first. So without putting the price in. All right, buy. Now you put the price in. Okay. 2801. 28.01. Now send it. It better be. Enter a valid limit price. Okay. So what do I have to do here now? All right. Well, that worked. Let me get rid of it here, okay? Because that's confusing probably. Because that was I'm gonna try one more time. It's ridiculous. Left to right, buy, stop limit. No. Chris, tell them to make this more intuitive. Okay, well, there. So, okay, Frank. So if you can follow this, so okay, all right, get your symbol in, click the buy, or get the number of shares in, click the buy. And then when you go to market, put stop limit, and then in this over here, you're gonna have to put the price and also here in this column here or this box here, and then finally click send. I'm gonna try another one. So 200 shares, buy, stop limit. Let's do 25. Oops. 25, 10. Yeah, well, that works. Okay. Well, did you get that, Frank? Convoluted, but look at this market, guys. By the way, look at this market. It works. It works. Yes. Okay, guys, this FLNC is working a little bit here. The FLNC working a little bit. We had the alert at 1826, 1841 right now. This is on the, I did not take it, okay, but I'm just pointing it out. Ooh, well, I listen, who knows? Maybe this market rallies for the rest of the week. Yeah, but yeah, go ahead and go ahead and test them. Why not? Maybe the market rallies for the rest of this week. Okay, so that worked. I took the trade. It took the trade. ALKS. Boy, this is some rally now in the market. So if you get into a trade here, you want to get out of it, you just have to flatten it. So if you have a series of trades, you just highlight the one you want to get out of, and then you can flatten it, or you can get it a half, or you could double your position. These are just some pretty basic hotkeys that we've got in the simulator. Simulator uses our real-time data, by the way. So if you want to practice trading, you don't have a broker yet, that's okay. It uses our real-time data. And by the way, you should practice trading before you commit money to the market. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. Okay, guys, back again. This is a buyout, guys. I believe ESMT is a buyout, so I would just kind of forget about that. You can see it's a buyout. It's flatlining across. Keep an eye on this RVMD, guys, for maybe a potential bounce here. I mean, this is William. Did you do any work on this one in terms of how much money they got and all that? What else did they do? Because this looks like a big, big. I don't know. Is it an overreaction? I mean, it's down 42%. If it holds 16, okay, guys, Duolingo. Duolingo. I am really interested. I'm trying to get some at 160 just to see if it has any sort of a. Yeah, I mean, the spread is not terrible now. It's like 160, 160, 39. So, I mean, it's not for a $160 stock, that's not a terrible spread anymore. But not telling anybody to do what I'm doing, but meanwhile, the market continues its march up. Well, this has got a little bit of room, guys. It's a podcast one, PODC. I don't think I've ever seen this one before. It looks like there's either an IPO back here or a SPAC or anyway, started trading as PODC back in September. And this is now a daily reversal, has some room till 355. Here's another one, guys. We're getting a lot more like this now. Daily reversals. Okay, these are stocks that were down the day before, and now are above the high of the day before. Other filters in place, of course, and starting to move. So here's Nova. Okay, I have an alert set for GMM for some reason. Give me a moment. I don't remember setting this today. Oh, I see. Okay. So GMM guys, the global Mofi metaverse. All right. So this is now trading as GMM is an all-time high. Okay, trading as GMM, no volume. Okay, that's yeah, no volume, only 50,000 shares. That's too bad. I wish there were a lot more volume. This is halted. No, it's not halted. I'm sorry. I thought this was halted also. Well, another one trying to bounce back here, guys. WTF at WTFC. We're going to see a lot of stocks that look like this today, right now, with this market doing this. So it was an IPO. Okay, GMM was an IPO. I sort of remember that. That's right. China didn't really do $5. What did it get to on the opening day? But up to I sort of remember this one. Just the volume is putrid. I think this one is trying to come back, guys. This is an earnings play. Hope Bancor, it's an earnings play. Still down for the day, but at the high of the day now. So it's down for the day. You know, it's you can see down 2%, but it is trying to come back. It's at the high of the day. Yeah, we need that volume to really pick up for the JMM. Spread is, I mean, it's not terrible. The fact that it's only 74,000 shares, not terrible, terrible, but 675.89, 675, 689. But that volume, man, I miss this beautiful bounce of FMC. Beautiful. I'm not saying I would have got it way down here, of course, but just in this area here, about 56, now 59. Still down 11%, but really, really trying to come back here. Okay, guys, about it's 11:30 now, so in about 30 minutes, I'm almost 100% sure Chris will take over for me in about half an hour in the YouTube room. Meanwhile, ROIV just made another new low here and still has room to about 839 on the weekly chart. All right, I see the BEH. Oh, I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. This was the one I was trying to do earlier and it accidentally took the trade, the BHVN. All in the simulator here, guys. If you're looking at this, all in the simulator. Boy, that was a great move for CVM. When we last looked at it, it was around 120. It gets up to 160. I didn't like this daily at all, but didn't matter what I don't like. Look what it did. Just absolutely tore through all of this mess. That's the CVM. Wow. Ooh, here could be an interesting one, guys. CTVA. CTVA could be really interesting. Over the whole number, kind of moving with the market. Looking left, the next high is around 5163. So that is far enough away. And I like it over the whole number. It's right over the whole number. Market is surging like this. Just out of curiosity, what is the 200 moving average for the SPY? Is it still around 422? 422.30. So it's just at the 200 moving average again. Here is another one that is reversing Frey, Frey. Cheap one though. The other one, it's got room to about 388, so not a lot of room. I'm super impressed with this market, guys. Especially after that opening 15-minute candle that looked pretty bad. So not a bad reversal so far for the FLNC. Yes, RVMD is moving up. Tesla flying here. I'm sorry, AJ, you put that in at 11:30, 8 minutes ago. Let's take a look at TSLL. Okay. Like I'm sure most of these stocks are doing something like this. Look at that. Yeah, I mean Tesla. So if you don't want to pay the big dollars for Tesla, you can buy this one, TSLL, an ETF specifically for Tesla. Lots and lots of volume, so very, very liquid. So if you don't want to buy TSLA, you can always buy this one. This gives you 1.5 times. So Tesla should probably be only up, let's say 1.25%. Let's take a look. TSLA. Yeah, about 1.7%. So you can see, instead of buying Tesla, you could buy TSLL. Gives you a slightly bigger percentage move. Not sure there is one for Microsoft. Pepe will know. We know there's not one for Netflix. There's not one for Netflix. Nvidia, there is, of course, and Tesla, and there are a few. I think Apple. Well, I don't know if that's right, but let's. It is okay. Doesn't trade very much though. 30,000. You can see there's thank you. So there's the direction. There's the direction. And who's the other one? Guardian or starts with a G? Granite. Granite. G. Yeah, so there you'll see all the, but you got to be careful, right? Because yeah, there is one for Microsoft, but look at the volume, 30,000 shares. When you look at Tesla and when you look at Nvidia, they're trading millions of shares. So you've got the liquidity. Yeah, and that's the bear version. So that's what you'd buy if you thought Microsoft was going down. But again, 14,000 shares. You cannot, in my opinion, trade these. Well, yeah, but it's not, I mean, what's the spread, for instance, MSFD? What would be the spread? I mean, 50, I mean, you're sort of right that but I mean, if all of a sudden Microsoft started going down, how are you going to get out of this if there's hardly any volume? I mean, the spread's okay. I'll give you that. 1788, 1790. It's up to you. It is up to you. I would just prefer to be in something that's way more liquid. Well, Luca, maybe. I mean, the question is, I wonder if we have found a temporary bottom in the market. Maybe. Um, it really is going to depend on the big guys this week releasing their earnings. I think we have Amazon and Microsoft. I think Apple is Apple next week? Yeah, so Apple's in November actually. But yeah, I mean, that'll tell the tale a little bit. I think Google, Amazon, and Microsoft. All right, guys, 11:43. So I'm not even gonna ask Chris. I know he's gonna be taking over for me in about 15 minutes, so I don't have to get a confirmation. He was actually popped into the room. So I know he's around, so he'll be taking over for me in about 15 minutes. What I am gonna do is I'll put it in again just before I do take my break, but this is the YouTube link. You want to head over to listen to Chris while he's takes over for me. When is Microsoft? So Microsoft is October 24th, 4th, post market. So tomorrow after the market closes, that's take a look at Amazon. When do they report? Amazon. So 26th before the market opens. So yeah, so we're getting with Nvidia. I think Nvidia is this week also. No, I'm wrong. Wow, almost towards the end of November. Google, how's Google? Yeah, so we have Google, Microsoft, and Amazon this week. Or this Alex just keeps moving down. This is not caring what the market is doing, really. Oops, sorry about that. That actually is not the right one. Wow, look at the CVM. Man, was I ever wrong? CVM, I mean, I just looked at that daily chart. I was disgusted by it. But remember, it was down here around 120. So there's your news on it. Okay. So they plan, how does this work? Immediate approval for commercial distribution without having to wait for completion of confirmation study in this target population. Well, I'm sure they would like that, but what are the chances that the FDA is going to allow them to do that? William? All right, guys, as I say, I'm getting close to my break time in about 12 minutes. Any sentiment Kathy, did you not ask? Somebody asked that question last week, and I thought Jamie had some compare counts. Or maybe it wasn't you, Kathy. So it depends what you mean by sentiment indicators. Are you talking, I mean, so that wasn't you last week? Somebody asked the same question last week. I think it was on a Wednesday, and Jamie, it was Jamie's. I know Jamie uses a lot, some compare count windows. If that, but if it wasn't you, and I'm sure he must have shared them, whether that, fits exactly what you're looking for in terms of sentiment indicators. Are these video sessions saved? I think they might be, but understand that these are so long. I mean, I start, there's 6 hours, so I'm not 100% sure how valuable that would be. Okay. If it was done, and you can figure out, it would have been Wednesday, I think, Jamie, but he's only talking compare counts, okay? Stocks that are, if that's what you mean by sentiment. But if he did anything, it would have been on the 18th, okay? And that would have been between 12 and 1 Eastern time. So that would have been on October 18th, and that would have been between 12 and 1 Eastern time. If he did have some compare counts that he was sharing. Well, you're talking the VIX, or Chris may have an idea because he'll be on in about 5 minutes, and you can ask him that. I don't know if he's got some fear greed index. If you're talking about the VIX, or so, unfortunately, I don't look at things like that because again, I'm more an intraday trader, so I just care about finding the stocks that are trading abnormally without caring too much about what's happening in the overall market within reason. So Caruso, well, it depends on what external linking to work with what. Um, I externally link with Interactive Brokers, every day, and it works perfectly every single day. Depends what you're trying to link with. Somebody's like, what program are you trying to link with? Street Smart Edge. Well, I don't know that one at all. So yeah, I mean, understanding that linking the who you're trying to link with doesn't care that you're trying to link with them. So linking can be very, it can be trial and error. I don't know Street Smart Edge at all. Is that, pardon my ignorance, is that something to do with Schwab, or is that completely on their own? Chris may have an idea. Again, he'll be in the room in about 5 minutes. A lot of it I know. Sometimes you have to run trade ideas and a program you're trying to link to in administration mode. But again, I have zero knowledge of. Come on, Jewel. All that has to happen is get that bid like solidly into the 160s. I'm in this one. We're literally at 160. Okay. But yeah, so much for the bounce on RVMD, guys. This looks really weak again. RVMD. Okay, guys, I'm going to put my announcement in. Chris is not there yet, but I'm just going to put my announcement in. So, Caruso, do you know when it works? Do you recall exactly the steps that you use to get the linking to work? Because if you're doing the same thing every time, and sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. That's a big problem. I mean, it's nothing we can really do, because again, it's trial and error. Sometimes I don't know if I mean, sometimes you have to, if I add a link and use the alternate method, the beginning is cut off, things like that. A lot of it is trial and error. So that is Schwab, isn't it? Streets, geez, it's tough to say. Street Smart Edge is part of Schwab. Yeah, so maybe Chris knows. He gets he answers a lot more questions. Yeah, I know it's frustrating. It is Schwab. Okay, yeah, it is. I know it can be really frustrating. There you are, Chris. I'll let you answer those questions. I think I heard a little pop. I think that means Chris is in the room.
Well, there we go. I didn't add myself.
There you go. I must have your mic on mute.
Yes, I did indeed. So sorry, I was only half listening. Something about Schwab?
Yeah, well, Street Smart Edge and linking. Caruso's having a problem, says it's intermittent. And, that can be a...
I've never used it, but I can play around with it and then get back with them on that.
Okay. And Kathy, she wanted to know about like sentiment indicators, and I don't have any idea about that. I know, but you did find, Kathy, you said you did find the video last week, because I know it was you that asked the question, wasn't it? And then Jamie tried to give you maybe some compare counts.
I mean, that's what I would go with, is compare counts as far as what we have.
Yeah, I don't think we have anything else.
No, we don't.
Okay.
I'm trying to think off the top of my head. I mean, there's the advanced decline on the market scope page. Mm-hmm. There's that. I've made the screen swap for us here.
Okay. I mean, I can go?
If you are ready, I'm ready.
Can I go?
Anywhere you want, Barry.
Actually, it hasn't been that bad a day. I have to admit, the info made my day. I mean, I couldn't believe how well it did.
Yeah, I made probably not a smart trade on it. After I pressed the buy button, I was like, you're an idiot. And I got out of it right away for a modest gain, and just know that money will probably be handed back by the market gods at some point.
Now, Chris, don't be fatalistic.
But yeah, okay, my friend. Morning, that's for sure. So, all right, you get yourself some exercise and a snack.
I will.
And I'll see you in a little while.
Okay, thanks, Chris.
You got it. So happy Monday, everybody. As I slide in here, just give me a second to sort myself. Just as far as that Street Smart Edge thing goes, one of the things that I'll always say when it comes to linking is the order you build links. If you have multiple links, things like that can really play a big role. So I would keep that in mind. Sorry, just trying to adjust something with my screen really fast here. All right. It used to bill for me a bit. It seems to be all right these days. We'll see what happens here. Let's see with that. There we go. So halted again, it looks like on this. Just wow, that's all I can say. All right. So the Street Smart Edge, I don't think I'm not going to pull it up now. I only have it because I was testing something. I have a Schwab account. I don't. It's just my 401k, so I don't actively trade it. And I just wanted to check something in the Street Smart Edge a couple of weeks ago, just to see it, but I don't use it. So, if who is it that was having the linking with it? Caruso. All right, Caruso, if you can send an email to info@-ideas.com, just a comment about that and just say, and I'll get to it. I just don't want to do it while I have screen sharing up and things like that with everything that I have going on. I don't know what account information it will or will not show when I open it. That's my concern. So if you can send an email to me there, and I'll do some messing around and testing. But generally speaking, when it comes to linking, right clicking and running as administrator, both Trade Ideas and the target program are super important. The one thing also it's really important is to note that if the target program has a lot of background processes, for example, Thinkorswim has a lot of background processes going on, and it takes the focus away from the windows constantly. So here's my IB time and sales. IB is great in the sense that it doesn't steal the linking away. My Thinkorswim steals away constantly. It's it's annoying. I have to, click back into the symbol entry box to get that focus back, but that doesn't happen with IB. So that could be one thing that's going on with the Street Edge, but I'll have to do some testing with it when I'm not sharing screen. Yeah, I had the same thing that Bill had where my order entry, or not my order entries, my charts got slow. I don't run a ton of charts anyways anymore. I use some other charts at the same time too. So part of it's just the amount of software that I run. I've got Zoom open right now. I've got Thinkorswim. I have Trader Workstation, Trade Ideas, a number of other things that are open. Just really kind of bog me down hardcore. And as far as like a sediment indicator goes, you might check out, let me bring this over here. You might want to check out the advanced decliners here, because this looked a lot different a couple of hours ago, like a lot different. Obviously, we've got a pretty big bounce in the SPY going on. I don't know, pretty big bounce. I don't know what to say. It SPY's up, a little more than 1/3%. So, but this was a pretty dramatic change here on the advanced decliners from what it was about 2.5, 3 hours ago. That's for sure. So that's what I would look at for sediment indicator. That, and my big one that I like to look at is this here. It's a 30-day market breadth, I call it. It's done me pretty well when I'm trying to look at am I risk on or risk off for the moment. Anyways, I won't call it the day because it can change. But one of the things that's big about this is when this starts off real low at like 3 or 4%, it starts to fight its way back up. That's a really big deal because it's real hard to see a big change on a window like this through the day, and vice versa. If this thing is 70-80% green and it starts to fight back to the red side, same thing. So really, really worth noting on those. I go ahead and share that too if you like. Give me just a second to find that file. Load from cloud 30. Or don't load, fine. Do whatever you want. 30. There's lows. Share. Copy and paste. Ooh, INVO halted on the way down below $2 now. So anybody wants a 30-day market breadth there, that's there for you. You've got that rocking and rolling there. And all right, so let's settle in here a little bit more. Nothing really crazy on my relative strength from open. This riot, it's just kind of tough for me to get behind stocks like this. I'm not a crypto person in the sense that outside of like reading charts of it, that's it. I don't have a good beat on crypto and how realistically it's, moving towards real world use and things like that. But I guess, on this, it had some room from the open. Just like I said, hard to get behind things that are in this big range like this here. And there's not a lot of relative, the relative volumes, under 2. The thing trades a lot of shares regardless anyway. So it's just hard. But anyways, there it is nonetheless. It did okay off that gapping up over 9, held that, and, almost made it to 10. And again, anybody's questions, fire those away. Sorry, I'm just kind of diving into all this here. WBUY. This one was interesting. I grabbed it here on a 420 break on this candle here. And when it struggled to hold that 450, and I saw that topping formation there, I got out. So I got it at 423. Yeah, 423. I got out actually at 439 on the way back down, and fortuitous because that didn't turn out to be anything. It was also probably not a smart trade to enter at that point. I don't know. I said if it closed this if it opened above and traded up above on this candle here from this prior one, I was going to do it. Still looking back, hindsight, maybe I should have waited. Anyways, it is what it is. We'll walk away and thank the trading gods for a decent entry and an okay exit. AUMN. What happened here? Right, it was a minor, so I didn't pay it much heed to be on it. And turned around for the moment now anyways. Sorry, looking for GDX here. I keep this kind of marked in my like symbols just because I find it interesting. It's an interesting bottoming tail going on here, and that's an interesting, or bottoming shadow, an interesting topping shadow here. Back-to-back days like that, really hard to make anything of that. Just a big battle going on between the buyers and sellers on the gold miners. Started to think to myself, if we can get a closer to above 30 on GDX, I might look at a few miners for, longer term swing here. And when I say longer term, I'm talking, 2 or 3 or 4 days. Just, have this nice bounce here down off just above this 25 level. And you get a couple closes above 30 here, maybe some room up to 32 level, but hasn't happened. Hasn't been able to close it above 30 in a very, very long time. Hasn't closed above 30. So got to go back here to August, the beginning of August. It's traded below. The close is all below 30 since the beginning of August. So, pretty decent amount. It's hard to believe to say that, July was that long ago, to be honest. But nevertheless, that is the way it is. Learning market scope 360 rules at least 5%. Rules are subjective, Peter. As if it's something you've tested and you feel it's appropriate, I can't, I wouldn't knock it, right? Just one of those things. You want to test it. You want to understand why you're doing it. You want to have a logical reason behind it. Test it. Test that theory. And if that theory looks to be a workable theory, there you go, without any question. All right, moving along here. I'm sorry, I'm just trying to keep an eye on this chat also, a different chat here to make sure. I was trying to help someone that having a big technical issue with trade ideas not loading. So just trying to follow along with that, the work that I did in the files for the development team to get this user back online. Never a good feeling to see a user locked out for some reason. All right, so take a quick market tour really fast here on the sector list. And again, anybody with questions, please, jump those in here for me. Never be afraid to hijack and take us in another direction just when there's not much else coming in. This is what I like to do. I think it's a great exercise to do in general. It's a good group exercise, I feel like. So got these regional banks here. That's tough, man. I mean, I remember back here, the world was ending and the financial system was going into crisis. And, rallied pretty well off of the bottoms here, but still not looking healthy in the regional bank area. And banking sector in general. Yeah, they're enjoying their bounce today. We'll see what happens here. I was surprised. I saw earlier today China was one of the few bright spots early on. Kind of opened on a gap down, moved up, moved way down, has moved up again. I don't know, it was 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago. There's some people on Twitter that were really, all about China and the move it was about to make and everything. And maybe it's going to happen. I don't know, but this is where they were calling it back here. So I guess a couple of weeks ago, and it's gone on to get smacked pretty good again here. So I don't know what to make of it. I don't know a whole lot about China. Just where it is on the globe. That's about it. Obviously, I know, it's a, second largest economy in the world, blah, blah, blah. The things that are the bullet points of any news. So the Chinese internet stocks here. The FXI, not quite as up as that. This is a bigger view of the large caps of China here. And this one looks even worse, to be honest, than that does. So we'll see here. You got to believe that, China's not going to stay down forever. It's been a very long time since it's done anything positive. I mean, it topped out back here and the beginning of 2021, and it's just been a falling knife ever since then. Obviously off this bottom that happened here, but not by much, in all honesty. So we'll see. We'll see what China has in store for it in the future here. XLC X. The home builders, I noticed that this morning, green. Still, barely green for the year right here on position range for the year. And I mean, they have taken quite a drubbing here at this point. I think this is a pretty big area for the home builders here. Oops. They're trying to draw a horizontal line here. Move that up a little bit. Make that visible for everybody. There we go. So, I mean, I'd say this is a pretty big deal, this level here for the home builders. 70-ish, give or take. Let's see if it can't hold and get us a bounce there. We talked about SMH the last couple of sessions, and very similar with Apple. This lower high theme that could be developing, and looks like now has. At that time, we said could be developing, and now, without a question, it has. Where my drawing tool is? Oh, there we go. So this is what I mean by that. We talked about that back here, and we said, well, here's a high. We made this high. Actually, I'm lying. We talked about it somewhere in here is when I first mentioned it. So here's a high and here's a lower high. And we marched up. We wanted to see this high get challenged here, and we didn't. We made another lower high, right? And now we call that a low and a lower low and one more lower low. So I think this is 140 is really important for the SMH to hold. If it doesn't, we're starting to look at some hefty levels moving down on that here. And again, will it do it? I have no idea. These are just, what I'm thinking here in terms of likely pullback areas. Selling does continue to go on here. So we'll see, of course, how that all shakes out. But, I talked about it there. And, Apple, very similar look to it here. I'd say, the SMH looks nicer than the Apple chart does at this point, because, you definitely got a pretty defined downtrend right there. I mean, that's pretty clear. And we could even call it oops, back that one up. we even call it, a bit of a channel here. Didn't quite touch here on that channel, but so, if we were to believe we're in a downwards channel, that's a good ways to go. And 160 is obviously a level of interest for Apple in general anyways. Those whole numbers are always going to be, especially over $100 at $10 whole number. So, we'll see what happens. I'd imagine if Apple does make a 160 move, there's got to be a lot of buyers that would like that. No, I mean, not like Apple's coming undone or something. If Apple comes undone, we're all in big trouble. I'm just kidding. Plenty of people flip to the short side of things and do themselves just fine. Under Armour. How does Under Armour look? Let's take a look. I don't really do too much with retail stocks, or I should say apparel retail. Man, that's tough because you got this downtrend here and it's broken that higher, but I'd want to see it take out this level here for sure. You definitely can't give this up here. You give that up here, you're right back down to $6 again without any question. I could argue either side. You could also argue maybe a little bit of a bull flag on the daily going on, right? But you're going to need the market on your side for this, right? The other thing you might want to obviously have on your side is that it's going to be a solid holiday season, shopping holiday season. Going through, in and through Black Friday. I mean, I know it's like I say Black Friday, but in reality, we're just over a month away from it, right? It's not like it's far away at this point. So you're going to want to hold on Under Armour that level. Sorry, trying to scroll in a little bit better here, but charts are fighting me. Yeah, you're going to want to really hold this kind of level here. And I'm lining it up with look how much price is touched through here. All through here, a lot of touching, and then here again, and then here again. You give this up here, and I think that's where you're headed for a bounce play. You got these topping shadows that are here, and then you've got this doji here. The market, you're really going to need the market on its side, and then to get a little retail boost aside from the market. That's what I think. Let's see. Communications, XLC. I wanted to pop into that chart real quick. This thing is holding all right here. It's, one of the bright spots of the market in the sense of never sold off quite like the rest of the market, right? All right, chart. So, since, in here when we, had the top in the summer, this never really sold off quite the same. I wonder, did it get selling off out of the way here? It bounced and never quite come undone like the rest has. And not the rest has come undone. I mean, probably not a good way to put that, right? Big sideways action here for enough months anyways, July, August, September, October, 4 or 5 months here. Really haven't gone anywhere with it. But like I said, it hasn't quite. I think the cues are going to be a lot of your communication stocks. So to bring this up here, off that top and that move down, not quite the same on the XLC. So, you might look for some XLC stocks, related stocks, if the market does get a bounce. The Jets, Jets, Jets. That is just something. I don't even know. I got no words for that chart right there. Yeah, I got nothing. I'm just gonna leave that chart right alone. SOXX. Where's the SMH? Oh, it's up here still. All right. Interesting that the SMH is looking a lot better today than the SOXX. So there's your SOXX, and I just want to bring up the SMH, both semiconductor ETFs. It's a little healthier here. We did mention this before. Want to hold that 140. Gonna want to hold that 140. That's a big deal. Mike C, what is happening? What is happening? And again, anybody with questions, fire those away from me. Kind of just running through some sectors here, that happy to take this in another direction. If someone's got something they want to pivot into, more than happy to do that, of course. And outside of that, that's our green for the day here. Let's jump down on the red. So energy back red. I mean, every time they get you leaning bullish on energy, right? They punch you back into the bearish side, right? Really tough. I mean, obviously here's, that real run up to that, the recent tops here, and, subsequent sell off here, right? And we just grinding higher here through the year. And as soon as you start to see the energy bulls come alive again, that happens, right? And then it's like, oh, just kidding, we're coming back up, only we're not. Just a tough one here. We'll see. It's taking it on the chin today. Getting whacked right in the face with a bat. Down 1 3/4% here. I'm doing it on any abnormal volume as far as the XLE goes. The IYE, same thing. They pretty much mirror each other though. But like a boxer getting punched right in the nose, punched right in the jaw. The last couple of sessions here. So we'll see what that bodes for energy in the future. And again, as we talked about before, those higher lows. So, there's a high. For now, it's a higher low. We'll see. Excuse me, a lower high. Forgive me, a lower high. It's got a ways to come down here to make a lower low again. So we'll see. Again, we'll see what happens. It's a two-sided coin, at least for myself, and I'm sure a lot of you. I like to trade energy stocks, to be honest, but I also like my gas being under $4 a gallon. So, it's kind of tough. Biotechs, man. Talk about a sector that just can't get it in gear for a long time here. Topped out back there and just steady fall. Last summer 2022 was like a one bright spot for like a month and a half, 2 months that we saw here, and just, kind of bleeding out again since. Who report earnings before the open? I don't know, Michael Anthony. I'm not sure. If you give me a second, I could probably just whip something up to see. Matt, what is a black line on your daily chart? It's a period low 20. So it's showing the period low over 20 days. 20 days is roughly a month. I actually I use it because I like the position in 20-day range for a lot of my swing trading. So even though, I can make a month, I can make a period 21 or 22, might be a little closer to a month in theory. We scan on 20. We don't have a 20, position in 21 or 22-day range. So, sorry, looking for my indicators button here. So if you come into indicators, you'll see multi-period high, multi-period low. That's what I'm using here, this multi-period. And like I said, I just put it, black here, and in periods are 20. That's what I chose for that. So that be that. Meta. Strike, not sure I'll hold through earnings. Okay, so we're in the midst of earnings season. It just doesn't feel as active for earnings season. I guess because the market's, so choppy. I mean, like the saying goes, if they don't scare you out, they'll wear you out, right? What else? Red on the day here. You got a lot of neutral color. You got some stuff that's real neutral here today. There's a big group in the neutral. I mean, here's your retail XRT. Just neutralish. Gap down. These number of bottoming tails on this here. Number of bottoming shadows. I shouldn't say tails. Shouldn't say tails. That's illegal. That's CMT illegal. These bottoming shadows here on a number of these. You wonder, are buyers stepping in saying that's enough? We're overdone. Could be. It's not unreasonable. These days, I don't find anything unreasonable as far as the market goes. And that's like, the highlights of really much of anything here on this sector analysis list that, we obviously go chart by chart if someone wants a look at a ticker specifically. But I think we're going to see a lot of the same theme here. Energy's getting beat up. Everything in the middle's got those bottoming shadows, and the things on the top here looking strong from the open and the prior day's close, right? KWeb up from the close and the open. KRE, same thing. SMH, same thing. KBE, same thing. You know what I mean? These top ones here, they're not just open from the prior day's close, but they're open. They're up from the open as well. So, can I set alerts on a chart and have that alert sent to my email or SMS? No, you can't do that, Chad. Just the just the SMS through the alert windows that we have currently. I know that price alerts, like a push notification like that, or something in that realm. I know it's one of the things being worked on. When it gets delivered, I don't know. Is it tomorrow or is it in a year from now? Unfortunately, the dev team will never tell us that. They just refuse. They just tell us it's actively worked on. That's the best we got at the moment there, Chad. Sorry. I would also like us more mobile, something I'm very vocal about, but I should have probably went to school for coding instead of not going to school at all, I guess, in that case. And anyways, here we are. You know what it is, though? I just happen to have a good timing was fortuitous when I really started swing trading a lot. Energy stocks was, having my most success in swing trading. Energy stocks were just, they were up. So, I was certainly no genius. It was a rising tide lifts all boats. I just happened to, do well with them. That's all. I haven't traded them much since that big sell-off overall. Whoops. Not sure what I did there. My apologies. There we go. We're back. Just bring back that XLE chart again. Let's swap this to a weekly. We got to go back kind of far now. Any day now. Guess I didn't click it. So like when we broke out of this here, I got a really nice piece of some stocks all through this here. When it started doing this, I said, I'm going to take a breather from energy stocks. I did not get any of this for energy stocks whatsoever. I don't think I traded one energy stock on this bounce off of that here. So make of that what you will. I get why people don't care for energy, probably for similar reasons that I don't care for uranium. It's too tied to governments and policies and things of that nature. But like I said, I just happened to nail some really nice trades on the way up here in energy. And so buttons. There we go. How does semis look? Yeah, we went over that a minute ago. Let me bring that back up. Let me bring it back up as a daily chart, though. Let's work off the daily SMH. So, look, the semis topped out at this 160, and those are two lower highs going on there, right? And, there's a low, and here's a lower low. If we don't take this out here, And for whatever reason, sentiment turns a little more positive for the market this way. Obviously, semiconductors are going to be a participant and a possible leader in that here. And that's what I'd want to see from the semiconductors. Again, you got this bit of a bottoming shadow here, hammer candle, whatever you want to call it. You know, gap down, move down, and it's really bounced big time here on the day. We're going to have to hold that. We can't make another lower high, and we can't make another lower low if we want to be bullish. That if we want to be bearish, then yeah, we want to see that. That's what we want to see, is those lower highs. That's what I'd be looking at there, Marty. That's going to be the real big one, the real big one. All right, just typing back on a message to me here. Sorry, just answering something coming back at me here. All right, very good, very good. Did I look at MTC, SMTC? No, I didn't. SMTC. I mean, you know, I'm not sure what to say on that. Gap down, you know, the other day. Doesn't look healthy, to say the least. I mean, you know, let's chart. Where's my comparison chart? Here we go. I mean, you know, look at SMTC, look at the SPY. Let's add the SMH here. I mean, it's, you know, why would I buy the weakest symbol? Why did that not come through my chart? Okay, there we go. So, I mean, you know, look at what the SMH has done. You know, they both were kind of moving in tandem together. The SMH moved up. This went sideways. SMH continued to move up. This moved down. SMH went sideways. This went down more. The SMH went up. This went up. The SMH went sideways and slightly down. This one went just down, right? So, I don't know. It's a weak stock. It's, you know, the weakest of the bunch. Way off lifetime highs. It's a very weak stock. So, you know, that's what I'd be looking at on that. You know, I'd venture a guess this is a lifetime low. So, as I always like to say with lifetime low stocks, it's got support at 0. You know, it's going to need something positive to happen to it to move up. But the semiconductors are, you know, while they've weakened, it's not a weak sector, and this is an extremely weak stock. An extremely weak stock as far as the chart goes. So that's, you know, I could say SMTC. You know, you might find a gap fill here if the market overall rallies and drags us up with it. That, you know, it could be a good gap fill. That would be my 2 cents there. Let's see what else. What else do we have, folks? What else do we have? Fire some questions. We got them. try to come up with something. If not, let's see. Let's pull up the lifetime high, right? Let's see what we're looking at here today. Anything interesting? So we talked the other day. Hess was on there. Walmart was on there. Shell was on there. TJ Maxx was on there. Microsoft was on there. Oh, there's the technology sector. Looks very similar to everything else we've looked at here in the lower highs theme, right? I think we talked about that also. Same thing, that we didn't want to see that happen. Again, 160, going to be a big deal there. Going to be a big deal. So there's a Goog showing up in the semiconductors. There's Apple. So, towards the lower end of the within 15%. Interesting. What we got going on here. Bit of a mix. Maybe on the ratio, a little more energy. Not even, because you got Microsoft, Apple, Google, and technology ETF all together. So I'd say it's a broad mix here going on in that position lifetime high range there. Triple U. Not familiar. Am I familiar with the stock? Universal Security Instruments. That's interesting. So I traded 500K on the day so far. So, all right, but looks like an early volume burst here and a later one here as we started this session. Yeah, you got some resistance going on here. Draw a line. Get ourselves a horizontal line here. So, running itself into some resistance here on that daily chart. And we see if we go back in time, look how much it touches this line. Look at through here, all through here, just likes to toe that line. So, gonna need to get some interest in it. Low float, so obviously it could do all kinds of crazy things with 2 million in the float, right? Certainly within the realm of possibility. But for the moment, it doesn't look like there's any real price moving interest in it. The thing has got a wide range. I do have to give it that. I mean, moved up off $3 to 340, moved back down here to $3. What's that spread? 3-cent spread. I'm never crazy when a stock's under $10 and you got a spread. I'm never generally that crazy about that. You see plenty of them. I've traded plenty of them. I just prefer to see it 1 or 2 pennies under $10. That's all. So it looks like, 350 looks like a bear on it right now. If it can get above that 350 level, really get above it, next high, 360, give or take, looking left here. Let's see. Top of that shadow, 364, the top of that shadow here. So, not a ton of room. And, what are you going to risk on this? Where are you putting your stop and why? So, just not enough reward to the risk for me on that one there. The market continues to bounce. Oops. And I would like to note this 30-day breadth here. This thing was down here at like 2 or 3% earlier in the day. It's at 10 now. We can see the new lows, continue to crater. These 30-day highs moving up here for us and really starting to move. So, bounces continue. It's not everything bouncing though. Looked at run earlier. It was coming through the races. Just wasn't crazy about the risk reward on this one. Same concept as what we just talked about with Triple U here. I was looking at the top of this gap here, but again, where was I going with my stop? Way down here is high of the day, and I'm involved in a lot of other stuff, so I'm not looking to have anything too tight a stop if I'm making a day trade here right now. Anyways, it had come through a race. I just set a price alert on it. So on the 10-day daily breakout, you got your Triple U and also on the relative strength from open there, Peter. So listen, if you got an area on this, it's making sense. That 350, it's tough, but you could always, find something here that you want to play it off of for, 10 or 15 cent stop for another 10 or 15 cents possible up. Sorry. What looks like the best sector? I don't know. What sector's up the most on the year? Communications look like the best sector to me. Yep, communications looks like the best sector for the moment. Communications. We know that communications needs semiconductors, right? So there's your SMH, and communications is technology. Obviously, the NASDAQ technology heavy. So, that's kind of what I'm looking at here. And there's your technology ETF. So, look, you can't really argue with that right there, right? And then you're pulling up the rear here with energy there and there, XOP and XLE, right? And everything else, dogging it on the year here. You're neutral here in your cloud computing. Seen a lot of custom computing stuff come through some of the scans that I have recently when I'm doing my homework. But again, you're going to need the market on your side for some of that stuff. I mean, you're always going to need the market on your side in some regard or some respect. But communications and technology overall, followed by your energy. That's Michael Anthony, what I think is undisputably the best looking at the moment. I draw it myself, Chad. I it's very subjective in that regard. I am. What I generally do is I'll just draw a line where I kind of think price is touching the most, and then move that line where after I've drawn it, usually I get a better feel of where it really should be if I'm off. So like. This XLK here, for example. One day I'm not going to have to run 4,000 bits of software, and my charts are going to react much nicer for me. One day. Today ain't that day, though. Bear with me while I fight with my charts. Thank you. All right, here we go. Like I'm looking at this 150 level. A lot of times whole numbers make it easy on me, I guess. Not really fair. It's kind of cheating, right? For example, this XLK here, I mean, you can't deny how big 150 is. You also can't deny how big whatever this is here, I'd say, too, in this area here. 160, I guess. Yeah, 160, duh. Sometimes it makes it easy like that for you. Tougher when it's you're trying to day trade something and get that low float look or anything like that. It doesn't necessarily have to be a low float, right? But yeah, this is what I like. I don't know. I enjoy going through charts and ripping through charts and just drawing some lines on here, putting some if-then scenarios, taking some notes, creating some watch lists and things like that. That's what I like to do. The big things that like I said, this position lifetime range there, Chad, that's one of my go-to scans for my homework. And, the other one, it probably won't look great. Well, I don't know whether it looks good or not, but, I like to use these scans after the market close. I call this one my evening scan. So same thing. This is, position 20-day range, trying to find things up over the last 20-day range and closing strong today to try to, see if I can't leverage a day or two of momentum moving up on it like that. So I go through these and I mark off some different levels of interest with those. That's what I do. Let me pop them in here. I don't know if anybody has any interest in them, but I'll throw the links in there all the same. So this one, my evening scan, I call it. Again, nothing overly fancy, but as I always loved, Jamie Hodge used to quote Leonardo da Vinci's, simplicity is the ultimate sophistication. And, the more I thought about it, whenever Jamie said that and the more I thought about it, just the more it really is. So that's the evening one. Here's my position lifetime range scan. Pop those in like that. And then sorry, Mike C are currently using Delta and biggest percentage from open. So I'm going with just most up race setup. So this is what my race setup looks here. So I'm going total and descending and change from open on it. That's what I've been using for a couple of months now. I used to go Delta. I've gone to total recently. I shouldn't say recently anymore. I probably did that at the beginning of the summer. So that's what I got going on there, Mr. Mike C. Tell chart looks bad, but is oil with bad fundamentals. Yeah, I mean, that's the worst combination then, right, Michael Anthony? I mean, I always like the saying, the fundamentals tell me what to buy, the technicals tell me when to buy, and more importantly, when to sell, right? So if you've got a chart that looks bad technically and the company looks bad fundamentally, I mean, I'd be staying right the heck away from that. I'd be staying right away from that, quite personally. Excuse me. Something caught in my throat there. Interestingly enough, the my evening scan and the position lifetime range scan, look at, we got Microsoft, Walmart there. Very interesting on that here. Very interesting. Some other stuff we didn't see though. Here's Procter and Gamble. Is that down here maybe a little more? Nope. So Procter and Gamble had earnings. I'm trying to hold that gap up on that earnings. I suppose one could make a bull flag argument right here on Procter and Gamble. And get back above that 150 level. I wouldn't be surprised if it had a little more juice in it. And again, I really feel like you're going to need the market for it. Obviously, what went on here was earnings, right? This is going to be, earnings anticipation there, I would surmise. People betting one way or the other on it. Nearly came down and touched those bottoming and topping shadows nearly came and touched themselves. So Michael Anthony, we just, we went over that a minute ago. I don't know if you were, after you asked me the best sector, if you were paying attention here, there's the sectors that are up. There's the position and year range here. So there you go in descending order of position range. If you want to go ahead and write that in your notebook or whatever you do. That's SPY moving here. sideways now for a little bit. Try to take that 423 level on. Can't quite get over it. And wouldn't you know it, that 423 level, look at those topping shadows coming through here on it, right? Up around that area. So we'll see what happens. I mean, obviously a lot of today, I guess, is Black Monday anniversary or something like that, right? I don't know. I was busy playing G.I. Joes in 1987. I wasn't really concerned about the stock market. I was eating glue in kindergarten. I kid. I never ate glue. With that said, this is obviously not a market crash. I don't, could it crash tomorrow? Sure, why not? Right. Let's see what happens here, though. The Bulls really need to get it back above this 440 level. That's what the Bulls really need. The Bears really need it below this 420 level. And anything else at this point is really just like I said, if they don't scare you out, they'll wear you out, man. And this is the kind of market that is going to chop people to pieces. Looking at it here. All right, we topped out. We've sold off. We're moving up. Yeah, we're going to come back and challenge that. Nope. Down. Nope, we're bouncing. No. So, and some smaller ones in between, you got this bounce and then this pullback and this bounce and this pullback, right? Then this bounce and a little sideways action and a pullback again. So, yeah, just a tough one. Chop you to pieces. And that's why I've kind of steered away from really trying to overtrade anything or trying to guess, like, the sellers couldn't do it here. We're getting real long. Buyers can't do it here. We're getting real short, right? That's where you get hurt. Compile a list of stocks that are trying to stay relatively strong. That's what I try to do with these two scans here, essentially, is stocks that are kind of looking strong in the face of any tailwinds, or strong if we're bouncing also, right? Add strength to strength. And then, can apply those for a day or two when the opportunities present themselves here, essentially, that, for what it's worth. What else? I feel like we've covered a lot of ground and nothing all at the same time today. Coin having itself a bounce here, right? Bitcoin's like up over 30K again. Is that correct? I'm sure someone's paying attention to that more than I am. It's a tough one. Just like the Mara chart when we were looking earlier. It was Mara or it was Riot. I don't know which one. They're the same thing almost anyways. That same idea here. But again, look, you got this hammer candle there. You take out that $80 level, and maybe you can start working on to these higher levels here. It's SPR. Who are you, SPR? Sounds familiar. Oh, yeah, this had some moves in it last week, right? I don't know what that was about. Probably news because I don't see earnings on the chart here. Looks like it's held well so far, right? That might be interesting to keep an eye on. That's a heck of a gap to fill right there, essentially, up to that 30 level. Las Vegas Sands, Sin City. That is not a great looking chart. Especially with, well, all right. Well, you got this bullish engulfing candle happening here today after the earnings. So, there goes my timer. Interesting. I gotta wonder.
That woke me up.
That got me. I was not ready for that at all. I didn't think it was as late as it was.
Hey, you know what one I'm in, which is really funny for me, is Duolingo. DUOL. You may have heard me talk about it today.
Yeah. What makes
And
it?
I took some at 160. I wish I had the wherewithal to get it right on the open, but it's one of those ones where I don't know if you heard the news about it, but on Thursday, if you look at the daily chart for
Mhm.
DUOL, you'll see that
Yep.
it had a big gap down on Thursday. Big news that Google was going to try to do the same sort of thing that
Yeah.
Duolingo. You know what Duolingo is, right?
Yeah. It's a translation thing, huh?
No, 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 no. It
Or
teaches
learning,
you,
learning,
yeah,
learning. That's what I
learning.
meant
It's
to
not
say. I'm sorry.
translation, but
Yeah.
yeah. And so I'm actually doing it in Spanish right
Oh.
now, and I've really enjoyed it. And so when I saw the big downturn on it, read the
Hmm.
news, and said, okay, I thought that was probably an overreaction. Because sure, Google will get into it. Google, they can do, but I thought it was just a big overreaction. And this morning, I said, you know what? And I just didn't do it at 155. I did it at 160. But I mean, it still got the
Not
room. I just
bad.
think it was a big overreaction
So you heard
to
that,
uh, to
everybody.
to, to the
Barry
news.
said he's single-handedly holding up Duolingo
Absolutely.
stock price all on
I
his own.
love Duolingo. It's a great, it's a sort of the gamification of learning a language
Interesting. I
as
have to
opposed to
check it
being so
out.
darn dry.
When I
So,
when I learned Spanish, back 20 years ago or whatever. Well, first I took in high school, but then after I married a lady from Argentina and decided I should really learn Spanish, I just bought these CDs and I put them on my then very high technology iPod, first generation,
mm, hmm
and drove around and listened to it and just repeated after just repeating nonstop. I was a delivery driver at the time,
right.
and it stuck with me. I mean, to this day, I can do all right if I'm on my own in a Spanish speaking
Yeah,
country.
I'm actually now on, Netflix, or I suppose Prime, but Netflix has a lot of Spanish
Hmm.
movies. And so instead of having it I obviously I need the subtitles, but
Yep.
I'll listen now instead of having it dubbed.
Well, that
And
was
it
a
really helps.
yeah, that was a
It
big one
really
for me.
helps.
Was watching movies and listening in English and reading in Spanish, and then flip it afterwards,
Right.
where I'm listening in Spanish and reading it in English. Um,
Hmm.
the first movie I actually did that with, and I learned so much. It was called The Motorcycle Diaries. I know we're getting way off topic here now, but about
Yeah.
Che Guevara.
Yeah, no, no, I'm familiar. I didn't watch it, but I'm familiar with it. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
Speaking of Argentina, some interesting stuff happening in Argentina right now. If
yeah,
you're
yes, I
following.
saw
Oh
something
my
on Twitter.
gosh.
Had myself a good laugh. I'm fairly familiar
Yeah.
with the country.
Yeah. Well, I mean, when we were there last October, so a year ago,
Yeah,
since then, the peso has been devalued by about 1,000% since then. I mean, just
yeah,
insane. Or maybe not 1,000. No, I think that was over a 5-year period. But even since we went last
yep.
October, my goodness. I mean, it's been devalued
I
insane
mean,
amount.
I've been following it since 2005 because I used to live in Argentina, and in 2005, the first year I went down there, it was about 290 to 3, 2.9 to 3, one to
Okay.
ratio. A dollar would get you 2.93 pesos in Argentina.
Hmm.
And the last time I was down there, I think it was something like 60 to 1. So,
Yeah. Well, it's even
that was a
worse.
long time ago. That was a
It's
long,
even worse
yeah.
now. Well, worse depending on what you're trying to do, but yeah,
Yeah,
worse.
yeah, true, true. all perspective on that. That's for
Yeah,
sure.
but I feel so sorry. I mean, the people who live there. I mean, jeez. I
Yeah.
don't know how do you live under that, but do you remember? I remember when. Oh, look at the spy, by the way, Chris.
No,
Look
I
at the
just
spy.
yeah, I just realized right as you said that, I was like, oh, whoa, here we go.
Wow, here we go. Is right. Okay, well, come on, Duolingo.
Yeah, right.
hit my 170. Why not?
There you
Okay,
go.
my friend. Listen, I'll take over now if you want.
Yeah, yeah. I'm ready if you're ready. Thank
Yeah,
you,
there we
everybody.
go.
Thank you,
Add the
Barry,
stage. There we
and
go.
you all have a wonderful rest of the day.
And you all too. Okay.
Take care. Thanks, Barry.
Bye.
Bye bye.
Okay, guys, I'm back in both rooms now. Give me a second to get my music going. There we go. Get rid of my announcement. Yeah, so I was just Chris. Well, you guys know I'm in Duolingo at 160. I mentioned that I wanted to get it around 160. And yeah, I mean, look, I had about a dollar stop on it, so I'm at a 1 for 2 right now. In fact, I think what I'm gonna do, because it has been a little still bit spready, so I'm going to protect myself, get some out right around this level here. And we were just talking about the SPY. Wow, I mean, what a whoops, what happened to that candle? There we go. It disappeared. Look at that candle. Look at that big green candle there. No. No, I'm not. Well, okay, guys. Now, I'm also in one other. It hasn't really moved yet. This showed up on my don't rip on a daily reversal in OFIX, basically in at around 1150. Okay, and why? Well, of course, the market won't hurt anyway. But when I looked at the daily chart for OFIX, you can see it's got room. The next high is 1243. Not saying it's going to get there, of course, but but I took some right around that 1150 level. We'll see what happens. Well, guys, I'm telling you, I would not have predicted today to be like this. I really wouldn't have. If somebody had asked me what did I think would happen, I'm not saying we would have had the same big drop that we had on Friday, but I would not have expected this sort of a mini recovery. I mean, I'm gonna hope that it lasts for the day. All of a sudden we don't, because we've seen this act before. All of a sudden you get a big red bar and then another one and another one, and everything gets wiped out again. So, but right now, and remember the 200 moving average is 422 something, so it's a little bit above that. Go, whoops, let me get my go duo. This was a completely a gut play. It just sort of, I thought it was an overreaction. Plus, plus, I think the other thing that helped is that there were some analysts that, so Piper Sandler still has a 191 price target on it, and somebody else, Bank of America, I think has a 170 something, 188. So okay, not that that absolutely matters, but it's not like these guys were putting out, well, we think this is it. It's the end is near if Google, takes over their entire business. I don't know if you can hear that, but my hey Google for some. Oops, I don't mean you. I'm talking. This is bad when you start talking to a machine. So I really had. I mean, the CVM surprised the heck out of me, and so did the earlier on the Invo. Now listen, the Invo, even though it's had quite the drop now, but I still have an alert, believe it or not, around that three level. I mean, if you ever get the volume coming back in, I mean, look at that volume, 75 million now, 1,262 times normal. That's what I meant to say, my Google Home. Oh, such a pleasant speaking voice on it. So I remember looking at TCOM guys and thinking maybe TCOM would stall right around here at 33. Look what it did, not even close. I was looking at this high right over here and thinking maybe it gets into a bit of a actually it was even earlier. Yeah, it was right around 33, a little over 33. I thought it might stall. It turned into a good short. Of course, the market wasn't doing this. Hmm. Well, no, I mean, it's October 26th. That's when earnings for Love are. But yeah, how about Jets? Let's take a look. Did you check the other ones? If there was the same reaction, just for fun? Yeah, Jets had a with American. No, it looks like Love. Sometimes you wonder if these topping tails are real. Boy, this is certainly an alpha stock, guys. Alex, ALKS. I mean, it is not. I know it had a little bit of a rest here, but it is. Look at this, and remember what the market was doing. So this is run contrary to the market most of the day. ALKS. Okay, guys, I'm out of most of my dual position. Got down back down to 162. I wonder when Google has earnings. You got to go Google. All right, guys, I think I'll do my video now. Okay, guys, what time is it now? 108. So say about 118. Be that long, but just in case. Okay, put myself on mute. All right, guys, I'm back. Okay, let's see how severe this red bar is. Okay, on the SPY. Key area, of course, for it to hold is all right here. We had a little bit of consolidation on the SPY in the 15-minute chart, right around this 422 level. I'd like to see that hold at least. Now we'll put an alert there though. A price alert. Okay, guys, so no more dual left, and I have some of the OFIX. Well, I still have my position in OFIX. I'm in around 150, 151. Okay, that came from this, but I got to watch this market now. I got to really watch this market because a lot of these, when you're looking for a daily reversal, you want to see the market at least not against you. So I want to make sure this doesn't turn into something a little more severe. All right, guys. So Azul, I see Azul also had a pop along with Love earlier. I'm just looking at my bouncers toppers to see if there's anything that could be interesting. Especially anything in orange is looking for a top, a potential top. So if the market does this, you might start to see some movement down in some of these topping plays. Look at the TCOM. Is it still running high, or see, look at the TCOM moving with the market. All right, let's start looking at some of these, maybe the VWAP and things like that. I haven't really been paying too much attention. Let's take a look at OFIX. Where's that? Yeah, so the VWAP is way above it. So again, it's interesting as long as the market doesn't. I think if the market can hold this 422.70 level, but doesn't look that good. And you can see why I'm talking right there. We've got about an hour and 15 minutes at that level. That would look like could be support. So if it broke down through that, who knows where it's going. Remember, Real mentioned Excel earlier. It's not Excel, but Let's pronounce it that way. EXEL. Oof, yeah, no kidding. Wow. What a drop. Showing up now. Yeah, just showing up now in the auction activity scanner. 118, 18.99. So it hasn't moved that much. And probably the reason why it's a little looks a little bit late, like why not here? The relative volume has to be 3 in here. And so it's possible at that point right here is when it became 3, but it did not make a new low then. Now, where could it go before it starts hitting some lows? Doesn't look that far away, does it? We're at 1895 right now. The next low looking left looks like 1864, 1877, even 1895. So there could be some support in that area. And okay, that's an uh-oh, guys, maybe. Okay, that's got me out of my OFIX. Okay, I think the OFIX. I think it'll move a little bit like the market. So I don't want to be in anything right now, especially if the SPY gets taken out. It touched it. Oh, okay. Thank you, William. So William will keep the room open till about 4:10 today. I usually take off at around 3 Eastern time, of course. So and again, that might be an overreaction on my part to get out of that trade, but you know what? I'd rather do that. Basically, get out with yeah, basically flat. I mean, I was sold a little bit above my entry for the OFIX, but if this area gets taken out again, I think we could be in for a little bit of misery for a while again on the SPY. Oh, you can see. Actually, I looked at this. This is when I was on my break. HTHT, and the alert was at 36.99, a little bit above that. This is, a suggestion to short, and but it's moving with the market. You can see exactly that it's moving with the market. If this market continues down like this is the Bank of Hawaii. Okay, so actually not a bad move for a bank, regional bank, but yeah, just looking at the SPY guys in my 15-minute chart. I think we're going to get another price alert hit. There we go. So there's another touch of that area. Will it hold again? I was at 124, so 6 minutes for this candle to close. Well, you can see how it is trying to hold this level. SPY is trying to hold. This is the second time it's touched it. In the 15 minutes, it touched it, then it popped up, touched it again. No, well, I guess I got it jumpy on the OFIX. It didn't really matter too much, but I'm not in it anymore. But it is starting to move. So if you didn't, if you took this when I was talking about it and you're still in it, good for you. I am out of it. I thought it was going to be too influenced by the SPY. It was for a bit. Okay, guys, I am. Look at the info, guys. I mean, it would not surprise me if it gets. I'm not saying to buy it now, believe me, but it wouldn't surprise me if it gets back up into that 3 level. It just needs some volume. I mean, tremendous volume coming in, of course, but for the day, 81 million, 2.44 in the float. They did have some news, and the volume is picking up. You can see had a pretty steady drop in volume, especially over the last an hour and 15 minutes. But then, this current 15-minute candle is pretty strong. The previous one, it was starting to pick up. It still has a couple of minutes left, minute and a half left. Okay, guys, so this is a little bit more ominous now with that SPY now breaking down maybe below this area. It has not done it in a big way yet. But this is the first 30 minutes down that we've seen all day. Okay, remember this is the opening candle. That was 30 minutes, 15 minutes up, and after that, this is the first time we've seen 30 minutes of selling. And that 200-day moving average, I think it's sitting right on it. 422.30, 422.30. So it's just a little bit above it. All right. So William is talking about Tesla moving down. So if you wanted to short Tesla, instead of going and shorting TSLA, you could buy this. Okay. If that's what you thought was happening, you could buy TSLS. This is again the bear ETF specifically for Tesla. Good volume, 1.7 million. So I mean, it is very liquid. If you thought Tesla, I mean, it's already been moving down. But if you thought it was going to move down even further, look at the very beginning of the day. Of course, that met that was the same as that red candle, the opening SPY candle. So again, remember this is the inverse. So you want to short Tesla, you could buy this, but then look what happened though. As the market was doing this, Tesla was doing, of course, it was doing it also. It was moving higher, and so consequently, of course, the bear ETF of Tesla was moving down. Well, shoot. No fix is still moving here, guys. So look at this. I mean, the SPY, it's really, really trying to hold that area. It's bounced into this area a couple of times. That's the previous 15-minute candle. This current 15-minute candle got into that area, but it's really trying to hold that VWAP and see if it can really hold it. Well, the reason I know, I mean, I keep getting an alert for OFIX. I keep getting a sound alert for OFIX as it keeps moving higher and higher. Unfortunately, I'm not in it anymore, but definitely not a bad reversal. Meanwhile, ALKS continues to make low after low after low. Well, the next low looking left is 2214 or so. That's on a monthly chart for ALKS. Well, look at these two guys. I mean, we had some really good ones from the 10-day daily breakdown, even though the market was doing this. So the interesting thing is, I mean, these obviously the RVMD, then the ROIV, and the ALKS. I mean, are they all rocket ships? Of course not. But three out of the six were just big, big, big movers. And then on the way up, my goodness, we had two of them. Two out of the three were huge movers. Only laggard, I think, was AUMN. Of course, those two scans I am sharing the daily breakdown and the Braille, the daily breakdown and the daily breakout. Let's see, ULY. I'm sure we don't have any information on it, but let's see. And we'll see if any other site has any information about it. I didn't I say, well, maybe not. Anyway, one site says 12.5 million. Okay. In the float, 12.5 million for ULY. You probably, I have no problem answering these questions, of course, but sometimes I may not be around, but this is what I've been using. Dilution tracker. That's only good for stock like large cap stocks. You won't see anything because they figure that a large cap doesn't really matter about the float and all. But you can take a look at that. That's all I do. When I don't see any information in the float, then that's what I look at. Is the day Black Monday? I might be, might be. I think so. I think that's what they're calling it. Not that it's been a Black Monday. So somebody in our YouTube room, Marty. Oh man, guys, this saw this one earlier on in the day, and it had the big drop, and then it just sort of chopped around. But now it's just underneath 13. This is IMGN and 1270. I have to put a price alert around 1270. Okay, because look what could happen. Maybe not happen today, but look what could happen tomorrow. I mean, the next low is 5. Okay, so if IMGN continues to make its way down, takes out 1270. I mean, look at that weekly chart. It just showed up here on the option scanner at 1292, 135, and the price is 1292. So it just showed up. But I would love to see it take out this 1270. So it's got 20 cents to go. Even Duolingo is coming back. I don't have it anymore, but I do have a price alert at the high of the day. I'll have to make up my mind if I want to take something around there again. High of day is 162.40. It's always been a bit of a spread issue, but again, it's a $162 stock, so you can't expect a 2 or 3 cent spread. It doesn't look like Invo. I think Invo is halted, and it looks like Invo halted on the way down. Oh man, I wish that 1270 wasn't there, guys. I'd be in this one right now on the IMGN. I can't really remember what happened back here. I mean, obviously, it had some great news starting on that week right there, the week of April 24th. And it kept going higher and higher and higher and higher, even right up to here, July 17th, week of, before it finally started to give it up. Yeah, so it went from about $4 to $21. Well, Trevor, if you saved, you said you saved the option volume percent. You said you saved it. No, it didn't hit it. It's not, the relative volume is not high enough. Yeah. So you're right. Contracts are fine in terms of the filter, but the relative volume is not. And I'm glad because I probably, it's just, to me, I would not see any edge trying to trade this one. Other than now, if it took out 586, because that more than likely is an all-time low. But yeah, the relative volume is too light. Remember, the option scanner is a combination of abnormal option activity plus at least a 3 relative volume. Now, if you don't like that, and I'm not just talking to you, you want to take out the relative volume component, go ahead. You'll get more alerts, but you may not get exactly. Bonjour, Marie, in our YouTube room. What time does Trade Ideas open? Well, we start getting our data at 4 Eastern time, 4 in the morning Eastern time. The room is open. The room is open at around, well, the YouTube, I get on the mic between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern time, of course. And, but the main room, the other trading room, there are 2 rooms. There's a main room. You're in the YouTube room, which is fine, is open no later than 7. I'm sorry, no later than 8. No later than 8. Usually probably around 7:30. I don't do it. One of the either Chris or William opens the room, and then I get on the mic at 9. Are you kidding? What does bonjour mean? It means, well, maybe you're not. It means basically hello, good day. I mean, literal translation. Good day. French. You got a lot of time in your hands, don't you, Marty? This turned out, I mean, I got jumpy on this tail right there because of what the market was doing. But look at this OFIX. I mean, 1150 was the alert, 1239, and it's been pretty decent. Unfortunately, I say I got a little jumpy when the market was doing this. So I took myself out of the trade. But okay, guys, I'm getting my sound alert here is oh man. So IMGN. Wow. I'm resisting taking this short until at least it gets underneath this 1270. I don't anticipate that it's going to break it. When I say I don't anticipate, I don't take a trade ahead of time of a price alert that I've set because I think it might break it. I don't try to anticipate it. I'll let it happen. And I don't mind giving up a little bit because look at the room it's got underneath. Well, this did not help at all. Oh, I'm sorry. This is not the same stock. This is, I'm getting, for some reason, I'm getting this Anexa Biosciences in the news headline with IMGN. I don't know if that's something to do with it, but oh, I'm sorry, guys. How ugly is this? No volume at all. ANIX. Well, what'll happen at 1270? 1270 for IMGN. That's right there, right there. That blue line. That's the low right there that week. That's back in May. 1270. Yeah, actually, RVMD, isn't it near the VWAP too? RVMD is having a nice bounce. RVMD, I think it's right near the VWAP, 1674. 1674 is the VWAP. So what happens there? That'll be a critical area. Could be a critical area. See if it gets up there. So will the VWAP act as resistance? and have it pop down, or will it pile right through that and keep going? Okay, the other one that was maybe interesting is the Excel, EXEL, the same sort of thing as the IM and IMGN, not quite as dramatic though. Little areas where it could stall. And looking at that weekly chart, okay, so far IMGN, so far at 1270 is trying to hold it, but it may not hold it for much longer. And this is definitely, not caring what the market's doing. This is trading completely on its own right now, basically all day. I don't know if there's any specific news for IMGN. Big float, 244 million in the float. Yeah, Steve, looking in our YouTube room talking about CVM. Well, yeah, I don't know how, well, obviously if it keeps going up to two, you could even take it now, but it has bounced almost 20 cents from the low, which is, for a $1.50 stock or so, that's a big percentage move already. No volume though, that's the only thing. I mean, the volume is not picking up yet. I mean, it is moving on that volume, but not a ton of volume. Oh man, look at this guy's IMGN right at this level here, right at it. 1270. I'm going to stick an alert just underneath it. 1262. See if it can clear 1270 in a fairly substantial way. Ah, right, Sint. My favorite thing that a company can do, have a midday financing. SINT, Wow. 58 cents. I guess that it wouldn't have. Okay, guys, RVMD is approaching that VWAP, I believe. RVMD 1674. In fact, there it is, right at the VWAP now, right at it. Right at that VWAP, 1672. So, the question always is, will the VWAP prove to be, when it's coming from the underneath it, prove to be resistance? So it cannot get through. So it kind of bounces down from it. Or if it takes it out, clears it in a big way, that could just get it rocking. All right, guys, I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm really, really paying attention to IMGN. Watching the way this EXEL is just cruising down on the IMGN. And look at the RVMD. I mean, that was a kind of a fake break over the, I mean, it was so brief over the VWAP. That hit, I think, the 88. Now it's coming back. I mean, it may still happen, but that got up to what, 1687, and it pulled right back, like right below the VWAP, almost instantly. All right, our VMD, guys, is now it's back over the VWAP again. Will it hold it this time? VWAP is about 1674. Yeah, 1674. So it's over the VWAP one more time. Okay, is it going to hold it this time? Ew, there's the SPY though, guys. That's the SPY getting into this level here. Boy, Roy, oh, man. Well, you know what? The next low looking left, it's got room. I mean, it's got some room now. Underneath that whole number, the next low looking left is 841 from 892. So that would be enough. Well, let's see if this holds though. This area of the SPY holds. Just one moment, please. All right, guys. Yeah, so I'm going to have somebody come over maybe in the next half hour. What time is it now? Yeah, so I may have to leave a little bit earlier. Got a guy with our furnace. Wow, look at RVMD, by the way. Yes, RVMD through the VWAP now. I know I'm jumping around here. So we have guys with our furnace coming over. So they might be here in half an hour. So I may have to leave a little bit earlier. So RVMD now, this is really super interesting. Just over right at that right at 17 now. Looks like it's over the well, it is not looks like it is over the VWAP right now. Let's see if we can get back into the 17s and get me a say. I would get interested if it got say a bid of 1710 and an ask of say 1715, something like that. Just so I have a little bit of comfort level that it's clearing the 17. Kind of like right now. Let's see. Market is just sort of consolidating a little bit right here. Keep an eye on the RVMD, guys. If it gets, say, a bid of 1710 and an ask of 1715, I mean, it doesn't have to be exact, but in that area, just so that maybe we can be assured that it's going to clear 17 for a while anyway. There's no 100%, of course, but that's what I'm looking at. And the Imagine is still hanging around that 1270 mark. So, guys, what I'm going to do right now, because in case the gentleman shows up, I'm going to just go over my home page, okay? I might have to leave almost immediately. So let me just go over my home page and put the promo code that is still alive for 30% off. We really have 30% off promos. So okay, so there is the promo code to use. So when you click on my homepage link, you won't see that. You will see a different promo. So obviously don't, oops, I put the wrong one in. Just give me a moment, guys. I put the wrong code in. So it's not, that was the old code, Spooky 25. Give me a moment. Sorry about that. Okay, there is the 30% promo. Okay. If you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So right at the top here. So obviously don't use the very 15, use over the target for 30% off the first month only or the entire year of a Trade Idea subscription. Okay. You've got to do the get started. It takes you about 30 minutes to go through the 10 short videos. Starts off with your download and your first login, etc. Goes over alert windows and top list windows. New to trading, we've got a series of videos for you. Trading 101, it is free. Talk of the day video, you can sign up for it. It's free, of course. Trade of the week, no trade this week. Steve suggested to stay in cash. Big education section is here. And then here are my scans. If you want my scans, here they are. These are the scans that I'm currently sharing. Okay, you can take a look at them. That's what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and down, etc. Okay, so you can take a look at these scans. And as always, if you're going to take out a subscription at some point, please, you can just come into the room, either save my link. You save my link, then you can look at my scans at any time you want in the education section. But if you save my link and then come into the room, whatever promo is available, please use it. It helps to keep the room free. This is a free room. And the more people who use my promo, it'll help to keep the room free. Okay. So the trick to keep ETFs out of the scanner is that question. So I use it here in the alert, this one. Most of my scanners have this. So if I right click on the summary. So it's the earnings per share. Okay. So EPS, if you do a search and you type in EPS, okay, you'll be brought to this filter right there, the EPS filter. So let me just go back because it's already there. So this is the trick. If you put in the min, say put 0.001, and in the max you put minus 0.001. The reason we do this is that only stocks have earnings, right? ETFs don't. So whether they're positive or negative, if you put this in terms of earnings, if you put this, you'll only see stocks. Okay. Now, the odd time though, you will like, and it's for some reason, some Israeli stocks, we noticed this months ago, maybe even years ago. You use this and sometimes it will block some stocks that actually are stocks. Okay. There are companies, but it's rare. So this is just a hack. Okay, Curtis. So you can add this to all your scans if you want. All right, guys, IMGN. Now, I don't know if I'd be able to do anything because again, gentleman might be showing up any time now. So, but there it is. I mean, look at the area it's at, 1270. That's the low. That is the next low looking left, and look underneath where the next low is. About $5. We're not saying it's getting there. You know what? Okay. So the uptick rule is in effect. Well, it was briefly. Remember when the stock is down over 10%, the uptick rule is in effect. Look at our VMD now, guys. I don't know if I can do this. Uptick rule is when a stock is down 10%, then, and assuming it's shortable, your broker has shorts. Typically, if you want to short a stock, you just go in at the bid and short it, assuming your broker has shorts available. But if a stock is down 10% or more, and what has to happen, there has to be some trading at the ask and then back to the bid. Okay, but so if you just try to go in at the bid immediately, you may not get a fill because again, it has to go back. Some trading has to happen back at the ask, then goes back to the bid. The problem is you could be in a big queue of people who want to do the same thing. So it can be frustrating, not all the time. It can be frustrating trying to get a fill if you're trying to short something that is down at least 10%. And then that uptick rule is still in effect the next day. Okay, until a stock is positive for a day, that uptick rule is still in effect. It's just a bit of a pain, that's all. It doesn't mean not 100%, when you try to go in at the bid, will you not get a fill? But a lot of times that you'll see it. I mean, you'll be in at the bid and you say, well, wait a minute, how come I'm not getting an instant fill? Because typically, if you want to buy a stock and you go in at the ask, unless it starts to really move on you, you'll get a fill. Well, what do you mean by beneficial? It's just, it's supposed to help companies in theory, for maybe not being short too much, I guess. I don't know. I think that was the theory. I think the uptick rule came in effect in 2008. So it depends what you mean by beneficial. Not a beneficial if you want to short the stock. You want to get an instant fill. So it all depends. Still hanging around that 1270. I don't know that. I'm surprised it was still available today, to be honest. Okay. So I really don't know how, if to be sure, 11:59 p.m. Eastern time tonight, but I don't know. Sometimes they get extended and I just don't even know. What happens is when I turn on Trade Ideas in the morning, I test to see if the code is still working. That's what I did this morning, and I was surprised. So you can see how the IMGN, I mean, it's kind of holding that 1270. Okay, now look at this market. So we had a big bottoming tail here. Buyers are trying to keep this high, but I don't know. Late dayer, guys, BHAT, and I'm not sure I saw this one at all earlier. I don't like it. Sorry, it's just showing up on the momentum scan. All right, guys. Well, the RVMD, if you took it, around that 710 mark, okay. I don't know where it's going. All right. Well, it looks like that 1270 may have held so far for the IMGN. Look at the RVMD, guys. I'm not in it, guys. Again, because the guy might be coming over any time now, so I did not feel comfortable taking a trade. But RVMD, look at this. That's beautiful. 1710. This was the AI earlier on had a short of this at 1743. Okay, RAI. That's why you see that 1743 in blue right here in the y-axis. All right, guys. So are there any questions? Again, I'm not sure how long I'm going to be here. So any questions right now before I do take off? Definitely still keep an eye on the, well, especially for tomorrow. I mean, IMGN, I have to, at the very least, what I'm going to do is put a price alert right down here. Well, I guess I've got a price alert already around 1260. Okay. Because, I mean, if this really wants to give it up, I mean, look at all the room. Which trade ideas from today will standards find? Don't know what you mean by that exactly, Eyes. You mean if you go to our homepage, what version of trade ideas? Or are you asking the question like what alerts you would have got today from a standard subscription? Is that your question? Because I mean, it depends on whatever your alert windows are, or I mean, it's but I don't completely understand your question. I mean, everything you see here is from our standard subscription, if that's what you mean. The only thing that's not standard really is the AI, okay? That's the only thing that's not standard. Can you hear me? Well, tomorrow, guys, we will have a lot more earnings plays to talk about, a lot more. You know, this month, this week, we have about 500 companies releasing, hardly any, pre-market today, but after hours, and then tomorrow, pre-market, and then the following days, we'll have about 500. I'm not saying we're talking about all 500 companies, but there should be some really interesting plays. And I'm not talking about the big guys like I better whisper Google and Amazon. I'm not talking about the big guys. Oh, let's hope that the big guys have some good earnings. The reaction is good so that the market can be a little bit positive. We have a volatility halt for SECO, SCCO. Is it on the way up or on the way down? Whoa, on the way up. Volatility halt for SECO on the way up. SCCO. Well, the next high is 174. Let's take a look. So there's your halt for SECO at 133. There is the potential open, not really a big clue. This blue screen that you see here is from Interactive Brokers, nothing to do with trade ideas. All right. Again, if you're desperate for a trade, Ally is a potential bounce trade. Bouncers, toppers right there, 216. So hasn't really moved. There was the alert at 23.55. Hasn't really moved too much. You can see that it got down to about 23, well, 23.54. So, I mean, only a penny below the actual alert. And then it's starting trying to bounce a bit. All right, guys. Well, market is starting to drift here, drift down. Not giant red candles yet, but now we're an hour. Not quite an hour, 45 minutes down. This is the next candle. Has another 12 minutes or so to close. Yeah, look at you were talking about the CVM bounce, but you see what happened, right? I mean, there was no big volume. Now, again, when I talk about volume, I'm not talking about the absolute volume, but we had a little bit of a, well, I should say, we had a little bit of a volume burst here, but look what happened right afterwards. The volume just petered out. So, I mean, the volume is good, but I always talk about in relation to the previous volume bars. And you can see, I mean, it's just sort of drifting down. I guess eyes cannot hear me. Good one, Pepe. All right, SECO just opened, SECO just opened, and to any fanfare, 133 was the halt. So it hasn't really popped that much from the halt, except now starting to move, starting to move. Next high looking left is 175 or so, 174 exactly. Had the big day a few days ago, maybe about a week and a half ago, when it got up to 270, 273. And the day before that, this was a 30-cent stock. Now it's sold off. Understand, look at that. I mean, it got up to 273, but it closed way down here at a dollar. So this is, a bit of a crazy one. Okay, guys. Again, I'm just not seeing anything I want to do, of course, right now. There's the SECO. Low float, China, 5.21 million in the float. So low float China. Another one showing up for the first time. SPPP. Oh, this is okay. This is a trust. Boy, look at this though. If I ever took this out, 1052. Oh, sorry, it doesn't have that much room. It looks like more room on the chart, but it's really not that much room. Just a minute, guys. I have to go right now, okay? So, William, hopefully you're still in the room. You can take over for me, okay? But I have to go right now, so screen sharing is stopped. I'll put myself on mute. And YouTubers, the same thing.